Life of a Medieval Assassin. Sleep. Friendly history narration script. Hey there. Welcome back to another quiet night of strange, forgotten history. Tonight's story will take you far away from the noise of your day and into the shadowy, dust-covered corners of the medieval world, a world where names were whispered, not spoken, and where certain people didn't live in the light. We're going to talk about assassins. Not the sleek, silent ninjas from modern games, not the mysterious hooded figures from movies, but the real thing, the ones that lived and died in cold alleyways beneath broken towers and inside damp barrels beneath castle stairs. This is a story of hunger, desperation, betrayal. Tonight, we drift back into a time where cobblestone streets echoed under heavy boots, where taverns smelled of smoke, sweat, and secrets, and where danger came not with a roar, but with a whisper. This is the world of the medieval assassin, and before we romanticize it, before we imagine leather cloaks, secret orders, or wise old mentors in mountaintop temples, let's be very, very clear. Being a medieval assassin seriously sucked. No one, and I mean no one, woke up one morning and thought, you know what I'd love? To stab a nobleman in the throat for 12 silver coins, and then hide in a crate of spoiled turnips for 3 days while rats chewed on my boots. It wasn't a calling. It wasn't a profession. It was a last resort on a road paved with desperation, loss, and loneliness. You didn't become an assassin because you were mysterious. You became one because you had nothing left. No family, no future, no options. Maybe you were a soldier who'd survived one war too many, or a thief who ran out of second chances. Or just someone who could walk through a crowded tavern without being noticed. And that was enough. You were the kind of person who could vanish from a village, and no one would bother to ask where you went. Not even the priest. Not even the dog. And so one day, somewhere in a smoky corner of an inn, someone, usually someone who didn't use their real name, would slide a small coin pouch across the table and whisper a bigger name, and it was never a good one. They didn't want you to kill Jeff, the sleepy turnip farmer. No. They wanted someone removed who was very visible. A corrupt bishop with a fortress, like cathedral. A baron with more guards than livestock. A royal cousin with a moat, a watchtower, and a nose for treachery. And here's the thing. You weren't chosen because you were skilled. You were chosen because you were disposable. You took the coin, because what else was there? You couldn't hang a sign outside your door that said, "Quiet eliminations by appointment." You couldn't tell your friends, because you didn't have any. You couldn't even trust the person who paid you. Not really, because being a medieval assassin meant living with one truth. Every promise came with a dagger behind it. And let's be honest, this job didn't come with perks. No health plan. No dental. No vacation. You didn't retire. You just stopped being seen. Most likely permanently. Let's burst the first myth like an overripe pomegranate. Medieval assassins didn't train under candlelight in some mountain monastery. There was no mystical brotherhood, no scrolls of hidden knowledge, no inspirational flute music playing in the background. There was just survival. Raw, dirty, desperate survival. You learned how to kill by failing, and hopefully not dying. The first time you tried. Poison, trial and error. Mostly error. Sometimes it made the victim dizzy. Sometimes it made you dizzy. Sometimes you accidentally poisoned the guard dog instead of the duke. There was no medieval poison control hotline. Just crushed herbs, crushed beetles, guesswork and guts. Lots of guts. If you were lucky, and I mean, you found a clean blanket in a brothel. Kind of lucky. Maybe an older assassin showed you how to climb a wall without your boots squeaking. But mentoring wasn't common. It was short-lived. Because assassins don't retire. They just stop showing up. There was no weapons training either. No martial arts. No elegant blade dancing under the moonlight. You weren't carrying a broadsword. You were carrying a dull dagger you stole from a sleeping guard. A garrote made from twine and gilt, and whatever else fit under your cloak without jingling. Success didn't come from skill. It came from speed, from silence, from sheer dumb luck. You weren't trained. You were tolerated by fate. You learned how to kill quickly, poorly, and then disappear before someone could draw a face on parchment and nail it to a church door. Your education had no graduation ceremony, just bruises, bad memories, and the growing realization that you were truly, completely alone. You took the job. You accepted the coin, and with it, you inherited a promise so thin it could have been written on mist. Because no matter what you were told, you would almost always be lied to. They said you'd get half now, half when it's done. But what they meant was, if you live, and if you don't embarrass us, and if you don't leave a trail, and if you don't tell a soul, then maybe there's more silver waiting, and if not, then you might find a dagger in your back before you ever made it back to the table where the deal began, even when the client meant well, and they rarely did. They never wanted a relationship. You weren't someone to thank. You were a risk to erase. So you crept into the dark. Maybe it was a castle. Maybe it was a church. Maybe it was a candlelit banquet where everyone wore masks and the laughter echoed off the stone. And when you reached your mark, when you finally saw them, not as a rumor, not as a name, but as a living, breathing person, you had one moment, one breath, one stab. And if it worked, if they gasped quietly instead of screaming, if they fell backwards instead of knocking over a goblet or a chair, if no one heard, then congratulations. Now run, because successful assassins don't linger. There's no admiration of the job well done, no rooftop to sip wine from while flames light the skyline behind you. There's only blood on your boots, a rapidly closing window, and a dog already catching your scent. You disappear into alleyways, into barns, into sewers that reek of rot and filth, and stories you never want to hear twice. You keep your head low. You change your name again. You pretend to be a monk, or a chimney sweep, or a blind candle seller with a twitch in your eye, and a limp that comes and goes depending on who's watching. And if you're lucky, truly lucky, you find your client again. But they're not waiting with thanks. They're not waiting with joy. They're waiting with fear. Because you did the impossible. You succeeded. And now you know too much. They may smile. They may offer a pouch. But behind their eyes is panic. Because what if you talk? What if someone finds you? What if someone connects them to the deed? So instead of payment, sometimes what you get is betrayal. A second assassin. A poisoned cup. Or just a nod to a guard who's been told to. Take care of something unpleasant. Because you weren't a hero. You weren't even a villain. You were a tool. And tools are replaced when they've served their purpose. Sometimes, the job itself was a trap. You were told to kill someone dangerous. A noble with too many enemies, a soldier who knew too much. But when you got there, something felt off. The guards were already alert, the room too quiet, the target too calm, and then it hit you. This wasn't a job. This was a setup. You were the bait. A whisper in the wrong tavern. a convenient body to blame. You'd been hired to fail. And if you survived, if you somehow escaped the trap, bleeding, broken, and breathless, there was no one to complain to. There was no contract court, no honor among clients, no recourse but to vanish and start over in a place where no one spoke your name. You learned quickly. Demand coin up front. Never meet in the same place twice. Avoid eye contact with scribes and stewards. And never trust anyone who smiles too quickly. Because the assassin's world wasn't one of confidence. It was one of caution. And beneath the hood, beneath the blade, beneath every quiet footstep, was the same unspoken truth. You would not live long. You were not meant to. You were meant to disappear. And eventually you would. Forget the fantasies. There were no sleek wrist blades, no collapsible bows, no magical smoke bombs that vanished you into the mist. You weren't armed by legend. You were armed by chance. Whatever you could carry, whatever you could hide, whatever didn't make noise when you moved. That was your arsenal. A good dagger was rare, not elegant, not ceremonial, just sharp. And if you were lucky, it wasn't chipped or bent or stained with something you couldn't name. Most of the time, you stole it. From a dead guard, a distracted merchant, a camp that didn't check its inventory before dawn. If you were feeling clever, maybe you carried a garrote, wire, or rope for silent work. But the truth is, strangling someone isn't quick. It's not quiet either. It's struggle, sweat, and the sickening sound of someone trying not to die. Poison. Yes, but it was never precise. You didn't have clean vials or labeled tinctures. You had crushed roots, ground minerals, towed bile, mold scraped from the damp side of a well. You didn't know how much to use, you guessed. A pinch too little, and your target gets a stomach ache and a funny story to tell their friends. A pinch too much, and you kill yourself by accident. You had no manuals, no recipes, just rumors, old wives' tales, and a handful of dried things that smelled like they were already cursed. You hid what you had wherever you could. Inside boots, sewn into hems, tucked beneath false bottoms in your satchel. Some even smuggled blades in loaves of bread, slicing from within when the moment called for it. Ropes, occasionally, for climbing, tying, escaping, but they were awkward, hard to carry, and rarely useful unless you were planning something elaborate, which you rarely were. Crossbows, too large, too loud, too obvious. Bows, only if you knew how to shoot, only if you could carry it without being questioned, and only if you didn't mind being stopped by every gatekeeper between here and the castle. Most jobs were up close, uncomfortably close. You didn't assassinate people from rooftops. You crept beside their bed while they slept, or leaned in during a crowded festival, or followed them into a corridor with no windows. Clean kills were rare. Blood sprayed, feet kicked, furniture shifted. You hoped for silence, but prepared for screams. And when things went wrong, and they often did, you improvised. A roofing tile became a weapon. A chair leg, a sharp bone left over from dinner. Sometimes even your belt. You used what you had, and if that failed you ran. Because you didn't get a second chance. You didn't carry backups. You didn't carry trophies. Every extra ounce was a risk. Every item a potential confession if someone searched you. And yet, that dagger in your sleeve, it was more than a blade. It was your livelihood, your only friend, your boss, your escape route. Your final answer to questions you couldn't talk your way out of. There were no upgrades. No magical craftsman offering enhancements. You didn't polish your tools between missions. You prayed they didn't betray you at the worst moment. Because in the end, It wasn't your gear that made you dangerous. It was your silence, your willingness, and your understanding that success wasn't about glory. It was about vanishing. They never made it easy. Not once. No target was simple. No mark was soft. They weren't drunks in alleys. They weren't lonely travelers. They were men and women of power, of influence, of title, barons, bishops, generals, occasionally even kings, and they were protected, layered in fear and iron and stone. Because anyone important enough to be worth killing was also important enough to expect it. The first line of defense was always the guards, not just one or two, sometimes dozens, trained, armed, fed, and alert. Not because they were loyal, but because failure meant punishment, exile, or execution. Some stood outside the doors. Some wandered corridors in rigid patterns. Some leaned against the walls with spears in hand, pretending to be bored, while their eyes scanned every shadow. You spent days watching them, listening, counting footsteps, timing torch changes, mapping how long it took the night guard to get from one stairwell to another. Watching which guards had weak ankles, which ones paused to scratch, which ones limped after a rain. It was all data, not for strategy. You weren't building a plan. You were building a chance. Sometimes the second line of defense wasn't even alive. It was the walls. Castles weren't made for visitors. They were made for surviving. Thick stone. Cold silent, with narrow hallways and sharp corners where eyes could see you before you ever turned the bend. The gates. Iron. The portcullis. Always drawn at night. Even if you found a way in, there were arrow slits, narrow windows that watched the world without ever blinking. Sometimes there were moats, and sometimes the moats weren't even filled with water, just sharpened stakes and things that bit. You learned to climb in silence, to step on the fourth stone of the stair, not the fifth, because the fifth groaned. You mapped cracks in the floor where dust didn't gather, signs that servants walked there. You memorized patterns of candlelight, how long they burned, when they were replaced, how many shadows flickered on the opposite wall. And you did this while pretending to be invisible. Sometimes dressed as a stable boy, sometimes as a mute kitchen helper with dirty fingernails and a blank stare. Sometimes you didn't even get that luxury. You waited in barrels, slept in storage rooms, hid beneath long tables or inside the walls, pressed so tightly that your breath came out in slow, measured whispers. And even then, the biggest danger wasn't always a guard or a moat. It was the people who weren't paid to look for you, but noticed anyway. Servants, chambermaids, kitchen boys. The elderly librarian with the cloudy eyes, who still remembered every face in the estate. They weren't warriors, but they talked, and rumors moved faster than arrows. One look, one raised brow, one whispered, "Who's that?" was all it took. You weren't just fighting swords. You were fighting gossip, and medieval gossip traveled at the speed of fear. But if by some miracle you made it through all of them, if you passed the guards, dodged the boiling oil, tiptoed through the halls, and crept past the priests, the cooks, the stable hands, and the suspicious dogs, there was one more thing between you and the blade. Your target. And they were always the hardest, because they were paranoid, rightfully so. Their food, tasted first, not by one person, but sometimes three, a taster, a priest, and a dog. Their doors, locked twice, sometimes from the inside. Some targets slept in different beds each night. Others kept 3 chambers, one for show, one for sleep, one for escape. And some didn't sleep at all. You thought you'd find a man in a bed, but instead there were decoys, mannequins under blankets, empty beds, sleeping elsewhere entirely. Some even left food on their windowsills. Bait for assassins, to see who would take it. If you did get close, if you found them, breathing, sleeping, unaware, the moment was still not safe, because it only takes one movement, one sound, one instinctual twitch of the body for everything to unravel. Their eyes could open. They could scream. The dog could bark. The candle could flicker at the wrong moment, casting your shadow on the wall. Everything could fail, and sometimes it did. So you stand there, in the dark, just inches away. Your breath is silent, your pulse thunderous. The blade is in your hand, cold, familiar, slightly damp from the sweat in your palm. You watch the rise and fall of your target's chest. One breath. Two. You count them like prayer beads. You have one chance. Your foot shifts ever so slightly. The floor creaks. Your stomach knots. Nothing stirs. Another breath. And then you strike, not like in the stories. There is no perfect lunge, no poetic flourish, no whispered final words. There is only the ugly, clumsy truth. Your hand shakes. The blade misses by a finger's width. You stab again. This time it lands, somewhere between the ribs. Maybe, you hope, but there's movement now. Struggle, a noise, not a scream, but not silence either. A choked gasp, a soft thud. You push harder. There is blood. It's warm. It spatters. It smells like iron and guilt. And then it's done. You don't look at the face. You don't check if it was clean. You just run. Because the second you strike, the second your blade lands, the entire castle becomes your enemy. Guards shout. Doors open. Boots slam against stone floors. You're already climbing, crawling, leaping through passageways that felt still and safe just moments ago. Now they're traps. Every corner might hold a sword. Every stairwell could be a dead end. You grab at walls, knock over pots, bump into tapestries, and sprint blindly toward the one window you think, you hope, leads to the outer courtyard. You land hard. A barrel breaks your fall, maybe your ribs too, but you're up again, running. The air is cold now, the moon too bright, the shadows too thin. Behind you, someone shouts a name, not yours, but close enough to freeze your spine. You don't stop. You reach the edge of the wall, the part you memorized days ago. 3 stones missing. Enough to climb. You scale it with shaking limbs and bleeding knuckles. Your blade is gone, left behind, or dropped. You don't remember. At the top, you don't breathe. You leap. The moat catches you. Cold, vile, sludge and rats and something else that squirms. You crawl out, covered in mud, sweat, and blood that might not be yours. And then silence. You're out, you're alive. But you're not safe, because success doesn't buy peace. It buys pursuit. No celebration, no glory, no congratulations, no feast, just wet boots, a racing heart, and a road that disappears into fog. You walk, or limp, or drag yourself through back trails, avoiding towns, avoiding faces. You don't sleep. Not really. Just moments of unconsciousness under trees or haylofts, broken by every twig snap and dog bark. You switch names. You fake an accent. You pretend to be a wandering herbalist. You trade your last copper for bread and water, and a place near the fire, far from the door. And then, days later, you return to the city maybe. If you're foolish, if you're desperate, if the client hasn't vanished. But of course they have. They always do. And even if they haven't, they know. They know what you did. They know you succeeded. And that makes you dangerous. You could talk. You could slip. You could confess to the wrong priest, or drink too much in the wrong inn. And so, if you do meet them again, if you step into the dark alcove behind the smithy, or knock 3 times on the broken door in the east quarter, they won't smile. They'll hand you a pouch. They'll say nothing, and they'll nod. But in their eyes, there will be calculation. Because now you're a liability. A living shadow, and the longer you live, the heavier that shadow becomes. You walk for miles. Through woods that seem to whisper your name, past villages where children watch you with quiet suspicion. You avoid the roads. You avoid light. You avoid voices. At night, you press yourself into the roots of old trees, half covered in leaves, pretending to be part of the forest itself, and you wait for sleep to come. It doesn't. Not really. You drift. You fade. But sleep doesn't visit people like you. Not anymore, because behind your eyelids it's always there. The room. The breath. The blade. The blood. And the sound. That sound you never forget. Not the scream. Not the gasp. Not even the silence. But the sound your blade made as it passed through fabric, and something beneath it. It was soft, like tearing bread, but it stuck to you, and it doesn't let go. Not in the morning, when the sun tries to warm your back. Not in the evening, when the crows circle above fields that aren't yours. You live on crusts now. What you can trade, what you can steal, not because you're wicked, but because wickedness would be easier than this, than running, than hiding, than being someone who used to be someone. Eventually, word spreads. You hear it first in whispers. At a roadside inn, two old men talking over stew. They say someone killed Lord Aaron. They say it was clean. Or maybe it was messy. The story changes every time. Some say it was poison. Others say it was a ghost. One man says it was a woman. Another swears it was the stable boy, the same one who gave him an odd look that morning. None of them say your name. They don't know your name. No one does. Because you were careful. Because you vanished. But your shadow didn't. Your shadow stayed behind. It lingers in corners, floats through rumors, bends the truth into a dozen new lies. Some say it was magic, that the assassin came through the mirror. Some say it was revenge, a blood feud, a cursed family. Others claim it was divine punishment, the gods answering prayers whispered too loudly. And you listen. You keep your head down. You nod along. You play dumb. You're nobody. You're just a traveler, a tinker, a tired man on the road. But inside, your heart races. Because the stories, they're talking about you. You made the kill. And yet, you're not in the tale. You're not the hero. You're not even the villain. You're just not there. The story kept going, and you were erased, like smoke from a snuffed candle. Days pass. Then weeks. You don't go back to the city. You can't. Too many eyes. Too many questions. And now too many guards. Because as time moves, the city shifts. A new baron arrives. He brings new laws, new punishments, new people to suspect. And somewhere, tucked in a file written by candlelight, is a name that might be yours, or might not. A rough sketch, a vague description, a story told 3 times removed, brown hair, or black, tall, or short, quiet, or charming. No one agrees, except that you were real, that you did it. That somewhere you're still out there. And so, every time a stranger enters a village, someone watches. Every time a man asks for work in the stables, someone wonders. Every time a traveler lingers too long in the shadows, someone whispers. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's her. Maybe they came back. And you become a ghost haunting your own life. You try to settle once, a quiet village, far from roads, no tavern, no inn, just farmers, dust, and an old well that smells of moss and thyme. You trade a false name for a bed of hay and a place at the fire. You help mend fences, carry water. Keep your eyes down. The local priest thinks you're a veteran. He blesses you when you cough at night. A woman sells you bread for less than she should. You think, maybe this is peace. But it doesn't last. Because one night, a dog growls. And it doesn't stop. Its nose presses against your boot, and it won't look away. The others notice. They laugh. They say dogs know things. You smile. Quietly. You pack your things that night. And before the sun rises, you're gone. You don't look back. Because the dog was right. You don't belong here. You never did. You keep moving. From town to town. Hamlet to hamlet. You never stay long. 3 days, maybe 4. Enough to make a name. But not enough for that name to matter. You have stories now. Lies you wear like cloaks. Once a merchant. Once a cook. Once a sick uncle's caretaker from 2 villages over. No one checks. But they watch. Always. The world doesn't forget people like you. Even when they don't know who you are. Sometimes you think about returning. To the place it happened. To the room. To the city. You wonder if the candle still sits on the shelf where you knocked it. If the floor still holds a stain that never quite came out. But you don't go. Because someone else is watching now. A new assassin. Or a guard. Or a servant who remembers your boots. You don't know. But you know enough. Enough to keep walking. Enough to keep hiding. Enough to keep dying slowly, piece by piece. Every day you stay invisible. You hear another rumor. This one's different. They say a new name is spreading. A copycat, a second shadow. Someone using your legend. Someone doing the same work. Only louder. Less careful. More brutal. They're looking for you now. Not to kill you. But to prove they're better. To wear your face. Your fear. Your silence. And that terrifies you more than any blade. Because you spent everything becoming a ghost, and now someone wants to wear your shadow like a crown. You change your look. Cut your hair. Grow a beard. Stop shaving. You wear rags now. Or robes. Or things that smell like you've never been close to clean water. It helps. People stop asking questions. They give you space. They cross the street when you walk. Even the dogs stay back now. You've done it. You've become no one, but deep inside something aches. Not for the past, not for the job, but for a name, any name. Because you've spent so long being someone else. You no longer remember who you were before it all began. And when night comes, you lie beneath the stars. The real stars. Not the ones painted on chapel ceilings or etched into noble rings, but the silent, watching ones. They don't care who you are. They don't care what you've done. They just shine. Unmoved. Unblinking, untouched by coin or blade or fear. You watch them. And for a moment you're still. You think maybe this is peace. But even then, your hand drifts toward the dagger beneath your cloak. Not to draw it, just to check it's there, because you may have vanished from the world, but the world hasn't vanished from you. Not yet. They talk about heroes. They always do. The ones who led armies. The ones who died in flames. The ones who made speeches and sacrifices and banners that flapped in the wind. They carve those names into stone. They hang their portraits in halls. They tell their stories in winter, beside the hearth. But you don't get remembered. Because you weren't supposed to. That was the deal. You did the job. You vanished. That was the promise. No witnesses. No trace. No legacy. The nobles you eliminated, they might be remembered, maybe. The chaos you sparked. That might make the pages of some monk's illuminated scroll. But your name, no. Your name was written on parchment and then burned. You were never meant to be a chapter. Just a footnote, and even that, scratched out. Sometimes they whisper about you. In corners, in fear. Not your name, just the one who did it. Sometimes they blame someone else entirely. a rival, a servant, a poisoned goblet no one tested properly. That becomes the legend. And you vanish further, until even the lie no longer needs you. And somehow, that hurts more than anything else. Because maybe, just maybe, you didn't want glory, but you didn't want erasure either. You didn't want songs, but you wanted someone to know that you were there, that you made a difference, that the world bent, if only slightly, because you walked through it in silence. But instead, you disappear, and worse, you watch someone else take credit. The noble who hired you brags about their enemies, mysteriously falling. The courtier who poisoned a drink you replaced takes the praise for ending a threat. And all you can do is listen. From the back of a tavern, face in shadow, hands folded, heart heavy, because they don't know, they don't care. You made the kill, but you didn't make the story. Sometimes it's worse than forgetfulness. Sometimes your name survives, not in legend, but in accusation, in stories whispered to frightened children. He was cursed. She could change faces. They summoned demons, you know. That's how they vanished. They call you a monster, not because they know what you did, but because they need the monster, because it's easier to fear what can't be seen. And so your shadow lingers not as a warning, but as a curse. Some say you made a pact with forest spirits. Others say you were trained by witches under a red moon. There's a tale about a man who could kill with a look. Another about a woman whose kiss brought fever and death. You aren't in these stories, but somehow you are. Warped, twisted, made into something that never truly existed. You traded your name for silver, but what you got back was silence and fear. You think once or twice about changing that, about finding someone to tell the truth to. A scribe, a priest, a traveler at the fire who looks like they'd listen, but then the voice in your head reminds you, no one wants to hear your story. Not the real one. They want myths, magic, madness, not mud, not blood, not the cold truth of a job done in silence by a man with a bad back and a scar on his left hand. So you keep quiet. You swallow the truth like sour wine, and the silencer becomes your legacy. One day you hear a name. It's close to yours. Too close. It belongs to someone else now. A merchant, maybe, or a soldier, or a man arrested for theft. You're not sure. But hearing it makes you flinch, because you forgot it still belonged to you, or once did. And for a moment you wonder, what if you told someone? What if you said, that was me? Would they believe you? Would they care? Would they even recognize the name? And slowly you realize they wouldn't, because the person that name belonged to is gone. You buried him the day you took the coin, the day you made the kill, the day you stopped having a past, or a future, or anything in between, and so your name drifts through time, through wind, through crumbling pages of records no one reads, until one day even the shadow forgets, and all that's left is the silence. They feared you, not for your strength, not even for your skill, but for your silence, for what you might be, what you might represent. To the average person in a medieval village, you weren't a man, you weren't a woman, you were something else, something cursed. How else could you move through shadows, slip past locked doors, disappear between one heartbeat and the next? To them, the answer was simple. You weren't just dangerous, you were unnatural. And superstition, it filled the spaces that truth could not. They said assassins could vanish at will, walk through walls, change their faces like masks, speak to spirits, steal breath from sleeping children. They said you made pacts with the old gods. that you smeared toad blood on your weapons and whispered in forgotten tongues under full moons, that your blade was forged in hellfire, that your eyes glowed when you killed. None of it was true. But it didn't matter, because belief doesn't wait for proof. You passed through a town once, a small one, just 3 streets, a well and a chapel. You needed bread, just bread. You didn't ask for shelter, or kindness, or conversation. But someone saw your hands, scarred and steady. Someone noticed you didn't flinch at the priest's sermon on damnation. Someone's dog didn't bark when you passed, and that was enough. By nightfall, they were watching you. By morning, you were gone again. You didn't wait for them to act. You'd seen it before. The slow shuffle toward torches. The murmurs. The sharp glances. The child who stared too long and too quiet. Superstition doesn't need proof. Just a reason. And you were reason enough. There were worse stories. The ones that said you couldn't be killed by normal means. That only fire would work. Or silver. That the only way to kill an assassin was to destroy their shadow. So some brave souls tried. They hunted rumors. They found old faces, forgotten names, whispered stories of someone who might have once done something. And sometimes they guessed right, or close enough, and someone died. Not you. Someone else. A man with a limp. A woman who moved too quietly. A stranger who came into town and left without saying goodbye. And the villagers, they nodded. They said, yes, that was the one. And they went to sleep easier that night. But you didn't sleep. Because you knew the truth. They hadn't killed an assassin. They'd killed fear. And fear always grows back. Failure wasn't an option. Because failure wasn't quiet. Failure was fire. Interrogation. Pain. Failure meant your name, or the name they thought was yours, carved into every gatepost from here to the capital. Failure meant the guards who once wandered drunk and lazy now watched corners like wolves. It meant coins offered to anyone who could point, even once, in your direction. Failure meant the next assassin hired might be for you, because the one who hired you. They can't afford loose ends. You weren't an investment. You were a tool. And when tools break, they're thrown away. Failure also meant shame. Not the kind others give, but the kind you swallow. Alone. Because when you failed, you didn't just lose a mark. You lost your edge, your illusion, your legend. And that was the only thing keeping you alive. No one cared if you had succeeded a dozen times before. If your last kill didn't happen, you were nothing, and nothing dies fast, so you ran. Faster than before, lower to the ground, quieter, and with each step you prayed they'd forget you. But they never did. Not really. Because stories cling to shadows, especially broken ones. So what do? You try to vanish. For good this time. You find a village so small it doesn't even have a name. You trade your boots for sandals. Your dagger for a walking stick. You adopt a limp, a real one, this time. You stop speaking, not as a ruse, but because there's nothing left to say. You become a ghost that eats, a shadow that drinks water, an echo with a pulse, and you wait. For years, for silence, for peace, for an ending that never truly arrives. Sometimes they find you, not guards, not bounty hunters, but others, quiet ones, strangers who sit beside you in the tavern and don't ask questions, ones who speak too softly, who don't flinch at knives, who check the windows before they speak. They know. They don't say it, but they know. And for a moment you're not alone. But it doesn't last. Because even among shadows, there's competition. And someone always wants your place. So they whisper to the right ear, and suddenly your peace cracks. The priest avoids your eyes. The baker doesn't smile anymore. And you know, it's time again. You leave before they tell you to. Before the torches light. Before the child says something they don't understand. And you disappear. Again. What about retirement? There isn't one. There never was. You don't grow old in this line of work. You just stop being seen. Or you get seen one too many times, and then your story ends. Not with glory, not with honor, but with a knife, or a rope, or just silence. The kind that follows when a body is buried without a name. There's no monument. No gravestone. No old friend who comes to pay respect, because you didn't have friends. You didn't have love. You couldn't afford it. The blade came first. Always. Even in sleep. Even in silence. You kept it close, because peace was a lie you never got to believe. And yet, even in the end, there's a sliver of something else. Not hope, not redemption, but recognition. Because somewhere, a noble sleeps safer, a kingdom holds together, a war never began, because of you. And though they never knew your name, they knew fear. And fear was you. So you lie there now, old, alone, in a bed that isn't yours, under a roof that leaks, beside a hearth that died hours ago. And you stare at the ceiling. And you wait. For what? You're not sure. Forgiveness. Memory. A soft voice saying, I remember what you did. No, none of those come. Only the cold. Only the quiet. And the last thought before you close your eyes for good is this: they'll never know it was me. And maybe. That's exactly what you wanted all along. The wind was different in Epirus. It came down from the high stones, the mountains that scraped the clouds and whispered to the earth. It carried with it the scent of pine, of ancient dirt, of wild herbs crushed beneath goat hooves, and of stories, the kind no one wrote down, only told in breath and hush. And somewhere in that wilderness, where wolves still howled at no one in particular, and the stars burned brighter than in any king's court, a girl was born, not into silk, not into song, but into silence. Her name was Polyxena, but that would change. Names were not yet fixed for her, not yet burned into history, not yet tangled into the fates of empires. She was born a Molossian, a tribe of rough, sold people in the western hills. They didn't speak in polished verses. They didn't wear polished bronze. But they believed in omens. They watched birds fly, and the way a dog barked, and whether the water rippled before a foot touched it. And they said the girl had something in her eyes. Not softness, not charm, but stillness, and stillness was rare in children. It meant something. Something coming, something terrible, or something great, or both. Her mother raised her in temples, but not the ones of marble and column and gold leaf. These were dark places, stone slabs, sacred roots, serpents that were not pets, but watchers. She learned to move without disturbing dust. She learned when to speak, and more importantly, when not to. She was told stories not from books, but from mouths that trembled as they told them, of gods that were not kind, of queens that bled for visions, of power that came not from armies, but from eyes that did not blink. And as she grew, tall, sharp-featured, quiet, she began to believe the stories, not just in their words, but in herself, that maybe, just maybe, she was part of one. When she was old enough to bleed, they gave her a choice: stay and become what the priestesses were, bone, thin, veiled, forgotten by the world, or go and be something else entirely. They didn't explain what that meant. They didn't have to, because the girl already knew. She was born for something larger, something dangerous, and so she left. She didn't enter Maston with fanfare. There were no trumpets, no poems, just the crunch of hooves on dry grass, and the sun burning high over cracked fields. She rode beside other women, princesses, envoys, political gifts wrapped in fabric. But none of them sat the way she did. None of them looked forward without blinking. None of them made the guards glance twice, for reasons they couldn't explain. She wasn't the most beautiful. She wasn't the most charming, but there was something, like the pause before a storm, like the way animals go still just before an earthquake. And that stillness followed her all the way to the court of Philip of Macedon. He was a man of many scars, not just on the skin. He walked with a limp. He smiled too much, too fast. He drank wine the way others drank water. But he was clever. He saw what others missed, and when he looked at her, this foreign daughter from the wild hills, he didn't see a wife. He saw a weapon, a symbol, a story waiting to be used, because Epirus was wild and Macedonia needed wildness, not softness, so he married her, quickly, quietly, without romance, without asking, because kings don't ask, they take. And so, she became Olympia's. The name was hers now. It fit like a mask. And beneath it, she smiled. But only when no one was looking. She learned the palace the way she'd learned temples. Every corridor had a silence to it. Every servant had a rhythm. Every whisper had a source. And she listened. Oh, how she listened. She said little. She offered smiles like candlelight, small, brief, and cold. The other wives watched her. The concubines did too. They didn't know what to make of her. She was not cruel. She was not warm. She simply was. And in a court built on ambition and rumor, that was more frightening than fury, because she didn't play the game, not outwardly. She simply sat, waited, observed. And when people stopped paying attention, that's when she moved. They gave her rooms at the edge of the palace. Not the grand ones, not the gilded chambers with high ceilings and polished ivory, but quiet ones, cold stone, thick curtains, a view of the forest. She liked it that way. She placed stones in the corners, black ones, taken from her home. She lit incense that didn't smell like Macedon. She prayed at hours no one else prayed, and slowly the rumors began. That she whispered in languages no one understood. That snakes curled around her ankles at night. That she had a stare that made candles flicker. That she didn't walk, she floated. She never denied them, because denial would be noise, and noise was weakness. She let them fear. It was easier than trust. Then came the child, and everything changed. His birth was not easy. They said she bled too long. That she screamed without sound. That her eyes rolled back. That something cracked in the ceiling. No one really knew, because she insisted on solitude. No midwives, no watchers, just her. And when they opened the door, the child was already clean, wrapped, sleeping. His name was Alexander. She named him, not the king. And when they asked why, she simply said, because he is mine. Others disagreed. They said the child was Philip's, that it was his seed, his blood, his legacy. But she never corrected them. She just smiled and said nothing. But she taught the boy not to walk like his father, not to speak like him, not to think like a man who needed armies to feel powerful. She taught him how to watch, how to wait, how to burn slow. And most importantly, she taught him that gods don't ask permission, they take. Some nights she would bring him into her chambers, lay him down beside a low, burning brazier, and whisper to him of Achilles, of Dionysus, of blood turned to wine, of empires born in silence. He listened, not because he had to, but because there was something in her voice that didn't belong to this world. Something ancient, and hungry, and very, very real. They feared her long before they understood her. It started with the snakes, small ones, at first, slithering quietly from beneath her robes, disappearing into the shadows before anyone could react. Some said they were trained. Others said they were spirits. The old ones, the forgotten gods of the hills where she was born. She never explained. She only smiled and let the stories grow. It was better that way. Fear was a shield. And shields were always needed in a palace made of whispers. The women of the court began to avoid her. The priests muttered prayers after passing her door. Servants placed her food down with trembling hands. She didn't mind. Attention was dangerous. Distance was safer, and so she lived in half-darkness, veiled, silent, watching, always watching. And as the boy grew, she taught him to watch too, not with suspicion, but with hunger. A hunger for knowledge, for power, for the currents beneath the surface, the ones that shaped kings before swords ever did. Alexander was not a soft child, but he was not hard either. He was something else. Precise, focused, sharp as a knife left in the fire just a moment too long. And he adored her. Not in the way children adore mothers who sing lullabies or braid their hair, but the way disciples adore a prophet, with reverence, with awe, with a need that was more spiritual than emotional. She never coddled him. She didn't tell him he was good. She told him he was meant. That fate had picked him. That gods had whispered when he was in her womb. That stars had shifted in the sky. And whether or not he believed her, he never doubted her. And that, in the end, was more powerful. When other boys played at war, Alexander studied anatomy. When they practiced with wooden swords, he sat quietly beside old generals and asked about terrain. When they dreamed of conquest, he dreamed of names carved into time, and all the while she watched. Guided, sharpened, she kept strange rites. That was no secret. Some said she bathed in oils laced with herbs that no one could name. That she walked barefoot in the moonlight, whispering names long dead. That she slept with a serpent curled beside her neck, not caged, not bound, but resting, as if it belonged. The truth, it didn't matter, because the myth had taken root, and myth, once born, cannot be killed. Only grown. Philip, her husband, began to worry, not openly, not angrily, but with the slow, crawling unease of a man who realizes he may have invited a storm into his home. He had other wives, other sons, but none like Alexander, none like Olympia's, and though he was king in their presence, he felt like something less. Not because they disobeyed him, but because they didn't need him. And power that doesn't need you is always dangerous. He started to distance himself. Politically, personally, he traveled more, visited other cities, strengthened ties elsewhere, and eventually he remarried. A younger woman, Macedonian, noble, simple, the kind of woman who smiled when told to, who birthed sons without prophecy, who didn't keep snakes in her chamber, and that, to Philip, felt like peace. But peace is a lie when ambition sleeps nearby. Olympias did not protest. She did not cry. She did not rage or plead. She waited, because waiting is power, and the boy watched her. Watched how she absorbed betrayal without flinching. Watched how she continued praying, even when the gods seemed deaf. Watched how her lips never curled in jealousy, only in cold, bone-deep certainty. And he learned. Then came the whispers. That Alexander was not Philip's son. That he had no mortal father. That Olympias had conceived him through sacred rites, through ritual fire, through communion with a god. Some said Zeus, others said Dionysus. A few dared whisper darker names, ones only spoken in the old hills under full moons. Olympias didn't confirm it, but she didn't deny it either. She let the stories grow like ivy, twisting, spreading. rooting into every mind that dared question the boy's place. Because if he was divine, then no mortal son could rival him, not even Philip's new child, not even the future. Alexander believed it, in part. Or perhaps he chose to believe it. He felt it. In his veins, in his bones, in the way the world responded to his gaze. He wasn't like the others. He never had been. And though he loved his father, he worshipped his mother. Because she didn't just birth him, she shaped him, forged him. As a weapon, yes, but also as something more. A vision, a story, a storm given flesh. By the time he was 16, he rode like lightning, commanded like a man twice his age, and thought like her. Silent, surgical, and Philip began to understand, too late, that the woman he'd married wasn't just wild, she was sacred, in a way he could never control. Olympias didn't wait for revenge. She didn't need to. The world turned, as it always did, and eventually Philip fell. Not by her hand, not by the boys, but by a blade in a corridor during a wedding. Some say it was politics, others betrayal, some even point fingers at her. But the truth, it didn't matter, because when Philip's body hit the floor, the path cleared. And her son stepped through. She didn't weep, she didn't smile, she simply lit a lamp, burned sage, and whispered a name into the smoke. Not Philip's, Alexander's. Because the time had come, and gods don't wait for thrones. They take them, after the blood dried on the palace stones, after the murmurs faded into midnight, after Philip was gone. She lit a single lamp, sat beside it, and waited. She didn't run into the throne room. She didn't grab the crown. She simply sat, because she already knew how this would go. She had known since the day Alexander first opened his eyes. The boy did not hesitate. He stepped forward. Not like a son mourning a father, but like a god arriving late to claim his altar. He did not weep. He did not tremble. He accepted the silence that followed Philip's death as if it were owed. And perhaps it was, because the world shifted that day, not violently, not with thunder or war drums, but with stillness, the kind that comes just before history exhales. Olympias did not rule, not officially, but her son, even in all his golden hunger, his war-bound glory, still sought her eyes in dark moments, still paused when she disapproved, still believed, on some level, that his power began in her womb, that she had not birthed him, but summoned him. And so, her voice, veiled though it was, echoed in decisions far from her stone chamber. From Babylon to Egypt, her shadow stretched. But shadows fade, and Alexander, he drifted, farther and farther, not just across deserts and rivers, but from her. He didn't stop loving her. He couldn't. But he stopped needing her. And that, for Olympias, was a deeper wound than betrayal, because she had not raised a king. She had raised a myth. And myths do not look back. She sent him letters. Strange ones, filled with omens, dreams, visions, warnings about men he trusted, cities he raised, women he touched. She reminded him, gently, always gently, that gods are cruel to those who forget where they came from. But the answers she received grew shorter, colder. Eventually they stopped coming, and then came the news. Alexander was dead, far away, alone, in a place she had never seen, a place he had never told her about. They said it was fever, poison, divine jealousy. They said his body wouldn't decay. They said the stars dimmed for 3 nights. They said everything except the thing she most wanted to hear, that he had called for her, that he had remembered her voice, that in his final breath he had whispered her name. But he hadn't, and so she lit a lamp again, but this time not for him, for herself. What is a mother when the son is gone? What is a queen when the throne belongs to no one? What is a storm when there is no land left to strike? She was old now, not in body, but in spirit. Her hand still held steady, her spine still straight. But the silence around her had changed. It no longer protected, it consumed. And yet she did not vanish. She rose, not gently, not quietly, but like a flame in a dry forest, because with Alexander gone, chaos followed. His empire, vast, glittering, stitched together with ambition and sword, began to rip apart. Generals claimed cities. Wives bore children and swore they were heirs, brothers of half-blood unsheathed blades, and Olympias. She watched, and chose her moment. There was one boy, a child, Alexander's son, still an infant, not yet dangerous, and Roxana, the Bactrian widow who carried him like a badge and a shield. Olympias moved swiftly. She summoned allies, issued proclamations, sent messages wrapped in prophecy, and within months she returned to Macedon. Not as a guest, but as a reckoning. They tried to stop her. Of course they did. Men always try to stop storms once they've arrived. Too late. She marched not with an army of soldiers, but of belief, of myth, of fear. They remembered the snakes. They remembered the rumors. They remembered the woman who didn't scream when kings bled, and so they parted. Like water, she reached the palace again. Not the same one. But it didn't matter. Stone is stone. Thrones are thrones. She entered quietly, walked the halls alone, placed her hands on cold banisters, listened for echoes of a boy long gone, and then she took power. Not formally, not legally, but truly, because no one dared say no. Not yet. She ordered executions, dozens, rivals, generals' wives, even children. Some begged, some cursed, some laughed. She didn't blink. Because mercy was not hers to give, only memory, only vengeance. And the blood soaked the earth. Not for justice, but for legacy. They began to whisper again, not of snakes this time, but of ghosts, that she spoke to Alexander in mirrors, that she stood by empty cradles and sang, that she burned letters, then scattered the ash into wells, that her footsteps echoed even when she wasn't walking. She did not deny these stories. She let them bloom, because monsters are remembered. Queens are not. But even monsters must sleep. And in sleep, she dreamed. Not of glory, not of thrones, but of a boy small, curious, asking her if gods could die. And her voice, gentle, more than it had ever been, whispering back, only if they are forgotten. She awoke to rebellion. The tide had turned. Her name, once a curse, once a prayer, had lost its edge. Too much blood, too many enemies, too little time, and those who had once followed now looked elsewhere, to newer stories, to simpler lies. They besieged her, not with fire, not with armies, but with silence. A town turned its face away. Supplies stopped. Messengers vanished. And when the gates finally opened, she stood alone. No snakes, no servants, no soldiers. Just a woman, wrapped in black. Still proud, still dangerous, but mortal. They did not touch her, not at first. They feared even then. Not her hands, not her voice, but what she might say in those final hours. Because when a woman like Olympia speaks before death, sometimes the world listens and changes, so they tried to hurry it, to bury her in quiet, no trial, no ceremony, just a pit and a few men with blades. But the people, they remembered, not the facts, not the deeds, but the feeling of standing in the presence of something vast, something sacred, something terrible, and they refused. They would not kill her, not that way, not with their hands. And so she faded, disappeared from record. No tomb, no statue, no epitaph, only rumor, only echo. But on certain nights, when the wind moves through northern stones, when snakes curl near fires without cause. When a mother stares at her child like he might one day rule stars, they say her name, quietly, not as prayer, not as curse, but as warning and as reverence, because Olympias was not just a queen, she was a forge, and Alexander was her fire. There was once a narrow pass between mountain and sea, where the wind whispered through stone, and history held its breath. Thermopylae, they called it, the hot gates, not because of the blood that would one day soak its soil, but because of the sulphur springs that hissed quietly in the distance, like the breath of something ancient waiting beneath the earth. It was there, in that thin stretch of land, that 300 men chose to die. But that is not where their story begins, and it is not where yours will either. Tonight, we go further back, to a time when Greece was still a fragile idea, not a nation. When kings wore cloaks of crimson, and boys were trained to kill before they could write their names. This is the story of the Spartans, but not the one told in schoolbooks or shouted in films. This is the quiet version, the one that hums beneath the noise, the one you only hear when the world goes still and the campfire burns low. Long before the Persians came, Sparta was already preparing to meet them, not with ships, not with walls, but with silence and steel. Sparta did not build cities like Athens did. It did not carve statues to gods or sing songs to freedom. It built men, and it started early. At the age of 7, Spartan boys were taken from their mothers, not gently, not ceremoniously, just taken, like wood from the forest, to be shaped and burned. They were placed in barracks, shoulder to shoulder with others, fed little, beaten often, taught to fight, to endure, to kill, not with rage but with calm, with calculation, with purpose. They slept in piles for warmth, stole food to learn cunning, fought daily to learn pain, and in the cracks between those lessons, something began to grow. Something silent, something lethal. By the time they turned 12, they had already bled for their city. Some had broken bones, some had lost eyes. All had buried a friend, and none had ever been comforted for it. Because Sparta did not mourn, it forged. At 18, they were tested again, sent into the mountains, alone, no fire, no food, only a knife and the expectation that they return a man or not at all. Some came back with stories of wild animals, others with fresh scars, some with nothing but silence in their eyes, and those were the ones the elders watched. Because silence is what makes a Spartan deadly. And then there were the kings, 2 of them, always 2, to balance each other, to ensure no man rose too high too fast. One would lead in peace, the other in war. And in this particular moment of history, the king of war was a man named Leonidas, a quiet man, with deep eyes and shoulders like carved stone, not the kind who made speeches, the kind who listened, who weighed, who chose stillness over certainty. And when the Persians came, it was Leonidas who rose, not with a roar, but with a nod, as if he'd been waiting his whole life for this exact moment. The Persians had come before, of course. Under Darius, Alexander's ancestor in empire, they had probed the Greek world like a tongue against a cracked tooth. They'd been pushed back, mocked, forgotten, but they had not forgotten, and now they returned. Under Xerxes, Darius's son, a man who called himself King of Kings, a man who did not march, but drowned lands beneath the feet of his army. They said his soldiers drank rivers dry as they passed, that his warships blotted out the sun, that his bridges stretched across oceans, that he believed not in diplomacy, but in weight, the weight of gold, of muscle, of blade, and he wanted Greece, not just for empire, but for vengeance, and so the call went out to all Greek cities, to all men of standing, to raise arms, to stand together, to resist the flood. Many hesitated, some refused, others sent excuses wrapped in politics, but not Sparta. Sparta listened, measured, and then moved, slowly, with calculation, because they knew the flood could not be stopped, but it could be slowed. And in that delay, perhaps something might be saved. They chose 300, not randomly, not foolishly, but deliberately, 300 men with sons, heirs, legacies, so that none would leave behind an empty house. They were not sent to win. They were sent to die, to delay, to remind the world that courage sometimes wears no armor, just intention. And so they marched, Leonidas at the front. No songs, no banners, just the whisper of sandals on dirt, the clink of shields in rhythm, the slow, steady pulse of fate tightening its grip. They marched through cities that cheered them, and cities that wept. They passed children with painted swords, old men who remembered their own days in barracks, women who said nothing, but held their hands to their hearts as they watched them pass, because everyone knew. This was not a return. This was a reckoning. Thermopylae was narrow. On one side a steep mountain wall, on the other the sea. Only a sliver of earth between them. Enough for a few men to stand shoulder to shoulder, but not enough for an army to flood through. A bottleneck, a trap, a last chance. Leonidas arrived before the Persians. He inspected the ground, placed his men, watched the waves crash below, and waited. Each night they sat by low fires, ate little, sharpened blades not for battle, but for certainty. No one joked. No one speculated. They knew why they were there, and that knowing gave them peace. Xerxes sent messengers, first with offers, then with threats, then with promises, gold, land, safety. All they had to do was kneel. Leonidas declined, not with insults, not with mockery, just silence. And silence, when given in the face of power, is the loudest rejection of all. The Persians came, first in waves, then in tides, then in storms, tens of thousands, spears gleaming, drums pounding, footsteps like thunder rolling through stone, and the Spartans stood still, not because they thought they would win, but because they knew the math. If they could hold, just hold, the rest of Greece might have time to breathe, to plan, to rise. And hold they did, for one day, then two, then three. Each charge was met with a wall of red cloaks and bronze shields. Each thrust of the Persian blade met discipline, precision, silence. The Spartans did not yell in battle. They breathed, stepped, struck, like dancers in a bloody ritual. Each movement calculated, each death earned. Even the immortals, Xerxes' elite, faltered. They expected chaos, found unity, expected fear, found rhythm, expected surrender, found resolve. And Xerxes watched from his throne on the cliff, watched as his empire cracked against 300 men and did not break them. Not yet. But no stand lasts forever. A traitor came, a local, one who knew a hidden path around the cliffs, and he showed the Persians. Not because he hated Sparta, but because he feared Xerxes more than he respected courage. And the path was taken. Leonidas knew before the horns sounded, before the messengers gasped the news. He felt it. In the air, in the stillness that suddenly tasted of endings. He did not rage. He did not mourn. He gathered his men, spoke few words, and prepared for the final day. They stood again, not in hope, but in defiance. They were joined by others, Thespians, Thebans, men who had no duty to die, but chose to stay anyway. And together, they faced the dawn, the last dawn, the kind that paints everything in gold, just before fire. The final battle was not elegant, not disciplined. It was teeth, and blood, and exhaustion, But the Spartans did not fall back. They stepped forward, one by one, until Leonidas himself fell. And even then, they did not break. They gathered around him, like stone, and made the last stand live up to its name. The Persians won. Of course they did. How could they not? But what they won was ash, and what they lost was silence. Because the world heard what happened at Thermopylae, and it remembered. Not the names, not the politics, but the stillness, the certainty, the red cloaks that did not waver, the 300 who did not kneel. They say the wind still carries their names, not in full, not in detail, but in rhythm, a low murmur that rolls through the hot gates at night. Thermopylae, Thermopylae, not the place of battle, but the place of memory. Because what happened in that narrow pass was not a victory. It was not a defeat. It was a signal, and the world listened. News of the Spartan stand spread faster than the Persian army could move. From campfires to temples, from couriers to kings, it travelled not as fact, but as flame. Because facts end, flames spread, and the story of 300 men who chose to die rather than bow. That kind of story does not need help to move. It finds mouths to speak it, ears to receive it, and hearts to shape it into something larger. In Athens, people wept, not for the Spartans, but for what their stand now demanded, because with their deaths came a challenge. Will you flee, or will you rise? Themistocles, the Athenian general, a man of strategy, not spirit, felt it in his bones. He saw the tide turning not just in battle, but in belief, and he moved quickly, evacuated the city, built the fleet, prepared the trap at Salamis, and all the while the ghost of the 300 stood beside him, not in chains, but in expectation. For Xerxes, the victory brought no comfort. The path was open now. The Greek lands lay ahead, but something had shifted. He could feel it, the way his own men now looked at him, the way stories spread faster than his armies. He had crushed the Spartans. Yes, but at what cost? Because crushing is not the same as conquering. He burned Athens, watched it burn from his throne of gold on a hill, watched the smoke rise into a sky that refused to cheer for him. And in that smoke, something else rose. A question, not spoken aloud, but everywhere. If 300 could do this, what happens when the rest stand together? Salamis answered that question. A battle of ships, of waves, of fire upon water, and Persia fell back, not because its army had grown weak, but because its certainty had cracked, and once certainty cracks, empire follows. Leonidas' body was crucified by Persian hands, dragged, defiled, hung on display as a warning. But the message twisted. The people did not see shame. They saw martyrdom, not a broken king, but an unyielding one. And soon after, Greek allies gathered the bones, brought them home, buried them not in silence, but in song, because bones do not rot when they are remembered. They become pillars. Sparta, for all its coldness, did not collapse after Thermopylae. In fact, it grew more feared, more revered. But it did not change. It did not celebrate. It did not boast. Because in the Spartan soul, duty was never a cause for applause, only for continuation. And those who survived, not the 300, but the sons they left behind, carried the weight like a shield, silent, heavy, sacred. Years passed, then decades, then centuries. Greece rose and fell. Rome came and went. Empires shifted like dust on marble. But the tale remained. It changed form, wore different names, travelled on papyrus and parchment. But the shape never shifted. A few against many, courage against certainty, the stand that refused to fall. And yet, what do we really remember? Not the battle lines, not the tactical formations, not even the names of most who died there. We remember the feeling, the moment when a man stands where he knows death waits and does not blink. That is what matters. That is why the story still breathes. Leonidas became legend, his name carved into stone, etched into minds. His statue raised centuries later, not for who he was, but for what he had come to mean. Courage without reward, leadership without ego, a warrior without a kingdom, and the Spartans. They became myth. Harder than they were in life, more stylized, less human. But inside those myths still beats the old rhythm: wake early, speak little. Fear nothing, die well. Not because death is noble, but because standing is. The hot gates still exist. You can visit them. Walk the narrow pass. See the hills that once held the silent sentinels of Sparta. There is a plaque there now. It reads, "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here, obedient to their laws we lie." Simple, unflinching, not a plea, not a boast, just fact. The kind of fact that doesn't age. And so, centuries after the spears fell silent, the message lives. Not just in history books, but in hearts. In stories told before sleep, in whispers by firelight, in the clenched fists of those facing impossible odds. Thermopylae is not gone. It lives in every stand, every resistance, every quiet refusal to kneel. Even now, when the world seems too vast, too loud, too complex, there is still space for the 300, not in armies, not in politics, but in principle, history, because sometimes a strange memory, the most powerful act forgets treaties, is to hold the line. It forgets dates. It forgets the names of thousands who once marched, ruled, and shouted. But it remembers moments. Moments that glow like coals in the dark, quiet, but impossible to ignore. Thermopylae was one such moment. Not because of its size, not because of its outcome, but because of what it revealed. That courage can echo further than conquest, and that silence can shake an empire. For the Greeks, the battle became more than a story. It became a mirror, a question pressed to the chest of every city, state. What would you have done? Some ignored the question. Others rose to answer it. Athens, battered and burned, rebuilt with purpose. Corinth sharpened its fleets. Thebes, though divided, remembered its own fallen at the hot gates. And slowly, Greece became more than a scatter of rivals. It became a shape, a unity, not perfect, not peaceful, but aware. And from that awareness, a culture emerged. Art changed. No longer just gods and victories. Now sacrifice. Now stillness. Men standing in narrow spaces, choosing death not out of desperation, but decision. Philosophy changed. What is honor? What is freedom? Is it a crown or a refusal? Socrates would ask. Plato would answer. But the roots ran back to Thermopylae. Even theatre changed. Plays no longer celebrated endless triumph. They wept. They whispered. They remembered. The Spartans did not become heroes in the usual sense. They became touchstones, symbols of something deeper. That the value of a man is not in what he owns, but in what he endows, in what he defends, and in what he refuses to surrender. Centuries passed. Empires rose again. Alexander came, the son of Olympias, carrying Greek fire across the world. Rome followed, vast, disciplined, relentless. And yet even Rome, at its height, studied the Spartans, sent envoys, borrowed their laws, read their stories, because deep in the Roman heart was a longing for something pure. And Sparta, in myth, if not in memory, seemed to have it. Even in decline, Thermopylae lingered. It echoed in soldiers' prayers, in the pages of generals' journals, in the cold stare of men who knew that sometimes you don't need a reason to fight, only a line you refuse to cross. In the modern age, the word Spartan became a metaphor for discipline, for simplicity, for strength, but also for sacrifice. And that is what remains most powerful. That 300 men, real, flawed, breathing men, chose not to win, but to delay, to interrupt the rhythm of empire, to plant a stone in the stream and say, "You may pass, but not without remembering us." Thermopylae was not about glory. It was about resistance. Not about winning, but about refusing to vanish quietly. And that is why, even now, in late night reflections, in whispered bedtime stories, in the soft hum of history repeating itself, on the 300 return, not with shouting, not with swords, but with the steady, unshakable calm of those who already made peace with death, and chose to stand anyway. So tonight, as your eyes begin to close, and the world around you softens into shadow, let this story settle in your chest, that somewhere, sometime, when everything felt lost, a few men stood still, not for gold, not for power, but for something harder to name, and far harder to break. Let that stillness carry you now, into dreams shaped by firelight, by stone walls, by soft sandals on ancient dirt, and may you find your own hot gates, not in battle, but in belief, in the quiet places where courage whispers, "Hold." Long before Rome had walls, before Caesar ever drew breath, before legions marched, or marble domes gleamed under a Mediterranean sun, there was Carthage, not a kingdom, not yet an empire, but something older in spirit. A city of sails and silence, whose name, once whispered across oceans, now lies buried beneath the dust and salt of forgotten time, but not truly gone, not if you know how to listen. Carthage began as a whisper itself, a Phoenician colony, born not in conquest, but in commerce. Around 800 BCE, give or take a few lifetimes, settlers from Tyre, a great city in what is now Lebanon, crossed the sea with purple dye, cedar wood, and soft gold from distant coasts. They sought not to rule, only to trade, only to thrive. And they found a small inlet in North Africa, a crescent of land kissed by the sea, guarded by natural harbours and cooled by the desert breeze. They called it Cart Adat, the new city, and so Carthage was born. It was not Roman, not Greek. It did not worship Jupiter or paint statues of naked gods. It moved differently, quietly, methodically, and with one singular purpose, to endure. While Rome clawed upward from muddy villages, while Athens debated justice under the sun, Carthage sailed, farther than most dared. Their ships hugged the African coast, reached into Iberia, pressed on through the Pillars of Hercules. Some say they even glimpsed the Atlantic, wild, untamed, and shrouded in storm. But they did not shout about it. They did not carve their names in stone. Carthage measured success in coin and cargo, not glory, not myth, only legacy. The people were Phoenician in blood, but Carthage grew different, more pragmatic, more secretive. A new accent, a new rhythm. Even their gods began to shift. One name stood above the rest: Baal-Hamon, god of fire, time, and destiny, a figure both revered and feared. Beside him Tanit, the silent mother, guardian of fertility, war, and the moon. They did not smile from altars. They did not demand song. They asked only one thing: give and be remembered. And Carthage gave, lavishly. Sometimes too much. There are whispers, always whispers, of darker offerings. Children, chosen, lifted on high, given to flame, not in cruelty, but in pact, in belief that blood, freely offered, bound the city's fate to eternity. It is not easy to speak of, not easy to prove, but history rarely cares for comfort, only for echoes. And the echo from Carthage's altars still rattles in old bones. Yet even in ritual, Carthage remained pragmatic. They did not build vast temples. They built ports, shipyards, warehouses, contracts. Trade routes wrapped the city like a second skin, connecting Africa to Europe, Sicily to Spain, gold to grain. Carthage did not conquer through war. It outlasted, outnegotiated, outbuilt. It became rich, beyond imagining, and with wealth came fear. To the Greeks, Carthage was strange, a city of veils and contracts. Women held more power than usual. Merchants were honored more than warriors. Knowledge was kept, not spread. Secrets were tools. The city had no grand senate like Rome, no democracy like Athens, only a tight ring of elders, chosen not by blood, but by legacy and leverage. And in this silence Carthage thrived. But the world is never still, and across the sea another force was rising, not subtle, not silent. Rome, a city of farmers turned soldiers, of laws carved in stone, of gods that mirrored men. Rome watched Carthage, first with curiosity, then with envy, then with hate. Because Carthage was everything Rome was not, and everything it feared it could never be. The first clash came not over territory, but over trade, over Sicily, a golden stepping stone between Africa and Italy. Carthage had influence there. Rome wanted presence, and when Rome wants it marches. Thus began the First Punic War. It lasted 23 years, not because either side lacked power, but because both refused to break. Carthage, with its mighty navy. Rome, with its relentless infantry. At sea, Carthage ruled, but Rome adapted. Built ships by copying a wrecked Carthaginian vessel, trained farmers into sailors, and invented the corvus, a boarding plank that turned sea battles into land skirmishes. Brutal, ugly. Carthage lost, barely, but it hurt. It paid dearly, in gold, in ships, in pride, and in silence. It plotted the future. While Rome celebrated, Carthage endured. One man watched this all unfold from the edges of empire. A child, watching with wide, silent eyes. His name was Hannibal, son of Hamilcar Barca, Carthage's general. A boy raised not on stories, but on strategy. Not on lullabies, but on maps. And one night, quiet, simple, Hamilcar took the boy to the altar, not of Baal, not of Tanit, but of vengeance, and had him swear that he would never forgive Rome, never trust it, never bow. That promise would reshape the world. But for now, Hannibal was just a boy, and the war was not yet his. In the years that followed, Carthage turned toward Spain, built new wealth, new outposts, new armies. While Rome focused east, Carthage sharpened west, and Hannibal grew, not as a soldier, but as a ghost, fast, tactical, patient. And when his father died, Hannibal rose, not by vote, not by birthright, but by gravity, because men follow shadows they fear, even more than light they admire. And then it began. The Second Punic War. The one history remembers. The one that would make Rome tremble. The one that would write Hannibal into myth. But that is for the next segment. It began without trumpet, without fanfare, no great speech, no carved prophecy, just silence and motion. Hannibal moved his army north, not toward the sea, Rome would expect that, but through Spain, toward the Pyrenees, and beyond that the impossible. The Alps. Even his officers questioned him. Even his allies warned him. The Alps were no road. They were death made stone, glaciers, avalanches, wolves, and behind each jagged peak another waiting. But Hannibal did not explain. He did not justify. He simply moved. Because there are moments in history when one man carries not just a nation, but a prophecy. And Hannibal was such a man. He took with him 90,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry, and most strange of all, 37 war elephants, not for battle, not for efficiency, but for myth, because Rome understood iron. But it feared monsters, and elephants, draped in silence, moving through snow, were monsters. The crossing was brutal, not dramatic, just cruel. Thin air, frozen feet, avalanches that swallowed men whole, paths so narrow that horses panicked. Food vanished. Morale cracked. But Hannibal never stopped. Not because he was immune to despair, but because he buried it. Because what lay beyond the mountains was Rome. He arrived with fewer men, but with one weapon untouched: terror. The Romans had not expected this. No army had ever come through the Alps before. Not in strength, not in winter, not with elephants. And suddenly, the war was no longer on Carthaginian soil. It was in Italy. What followed were not just battles. They were statements: Canna, Trebia, Lake Trasimene. Each one a lesson, each one a disaster for Rome, especially Canna. There, Hannibal used the Roman hunger for glory against them. Let them surround him. Then folded his army like a mouth and closed it. Nearly 50,000 Roman soldiers died in a single day. The highest single-day death toll in Roman military history. Even now, military schools teach it, not for brutality, but for brilliance. And yet, Hannibal did not march on Rome. He waited, hoped the Italian allies of Rome would switch sides. Some did, but most did not. And in that hesitation, Rome found breath. Back in the Roman Senate, panic gave way to patience. A man named Fabius Maximus rose. He did not seek glory. He sought time. He avoided battle, harassed supply lines, burned crops. His strategy was simple. We cannot beat Hannibal, but we can make him bleed slowly. The Romans hated it, called him cunctator, the delayer, mocked him. But time proved him wise, because Hannibal, though brilliant, had one fatal flaw: no reinforcements. Carthage, cautious and political, sent little help, and Hannibal, deep in enemy land, began to stretch thin. Victories still came, but they became survival, not dominance. Rome, in the meantime, rebuilt, trained new armies, learned from Hannibal, and bred a new generation of leaders. One name emerged from the ash: Scipio. Young, bold, not afraid of Hannibal, because he studied him, did not try to match him at home. Instead, Scipio did what Hannibal had done. He crossed the sea and brought war to Carthage. Hannibal, hearing this, finally left Italy. Over a decade after he had arrived, he returned to defend his home. The two would meet at Zama, the final clash. Not between armies, but between legacies. Zama was different. Flat, open, no ambushes, no snow, no surprise, just two men, each a mirror of the other. Hannibal brought elephants. Scipio brought calm, used horns to spook the beasts, turned them wild, scattered them. And then Rome closed, tight, sharp, relentless. Hannibal lost. Carthage fell to its knees, but not to silence. Not yet. After the war, Carthage was broken, still standing, still trading, but under Roman watch, stripped of defense, drained of pride. Hannibal lived. For a time, tried to serve, tried to govern, but the Romans feared his name more than his actions. And so he fled, from city to city, taught tactics to foreign kings, never conquered again, only wandered, until at last cornered, he drank poison, not in fear, but in defiance, and his last words are still remembered. Let us now relieve the Romans from the anxiety they have long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death. Then, silence. But Carthage did not die with Hannibal. It remained. A city. Bruised, not broken. Still trading, still whispering. And Rome remembered that whisper. Feared it. One Roman senator, Cato the Elder, ended every speech, no matter the topic, with a single sentence. Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. And eventually, Rome agreed. The world had changed. Rome had won, but still Carthage stood, wounded, watched, disarmed, yet breathing. And to some in Rome, that was enough to stir dread, because cities are not just stone. They are ideas, and Carthage was an idea that refused to die. For 50 years, Carthage obeyed. It paid tribute, kept treaties, rebuilt slowly not in arms, but in trade. Its people worked the soil, reopened markets, repaired temples, and behind high walls whispered to one another, "Perhaps, someday, we will rise again." That whisper is what doomed them. Rome listened, not to armies, not to ships, but to hope, and it feared what hope might become. So the old men stirred, and Cato, ancient, dry, and persistent, repeated the line until the walls of the Senate shook with it. Carthago, delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. The excuse was small. A border dispute with Numidia, Rome's ally. Carthage resisted, but only with minor force. Rome declared that a violation of the treaty, and with it came war, not a war of conquest, a war of erasure. In 149 BC, Rome landed legions in Africa. Carthage, stunned, offered everything: ships, gold, hostages, even weapons. Rome demanded more, said, "Abandon your city, move inland, start again, without walls." That was too much. Carthage said no, not in arrogance, but in exhaustion, in dignity, in the simple, human refusal to vanish. So they stood, not like Hannibal, with elephants and cunning, but as people, as shopkeepers, fishermen, mothers, children. They turned every rooftop into a battlement, melted down household bronze for spears, used women's hair to string bows, and when the final siege came they fought, not to win, but to not vanish quietly. The Roman assault was brutal, systematic. They broke walls, flooded streets with fire, moved building by building, killing, taking, burning. And when they reached the harbour, they burned the fleet, not in battle, but in rage. The harbour turned black with smoke. Ash rained over the courtyards where children once played. After 3 years, in 146 BCE, Carthage fell, not to a general, but to silence, to smoke, to ruin. The survivors were enslaved. The city was looted, temples toppled, and then the final blow. Rome salted the earth, a ritual, not literal, in full, but symbolic. They poured salt across the soil, so nothing would grow again, so no echo would return, so the city would not rise even in memory. And yet, Carthage was never truly erased, because salt does not kill story, and ruins still speak, not loudly, but like coals, like embers under ash. Historians debated it for centuries. Some said Carthage deserved it, that it practiced cruelty, sacrifice, secrecy. Others said it was Rome that feared a mirror, that Carthage reflected what Rome might become. And so, it had to be destroyed, not because of what it did, but because of what it represented. In time, the ruins were buried. Rome built a new Carthage atop them, as if to say, "We control even your ashes." But the stones remembered. And in the wind, if you walk the coast of Tunisia, some say you still hear it, a voice beneath the waves, saying, "Why we're here, and we did not go quietly." Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let that echo rest beside you. That history is not only made by victors, but by those who refuse to kneel. That fire can fall, walls can crack, but spirit may linger longer than empire. And so ends Carthage, not with glory, not with forgiveness, but with the quiet dignity of a people who held their ground until the last stone burned. It begins with silence, not the silence of peace, but the hush before a storm, the stillness that settles over an ancient city when it knows the end is near. Constantinople, the once mighty capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, had stood for over 1,000 years. She had outlived emperors, repelled invasions, and watched the world shift around her like shadows at dusk. But now, in the year 1453, her walls, massive and storied, no longer felt eternal. They felt like skin stretched too thin over a weary body. At night, the wind carried whispers across the Bosphorus. Merchants spoke of strange lights in the sky, Monks prayed louder in the churches. Mothers drew their children close. And the stars, always distant and indifferent, looked down without blinking. In the heart of the city, the Hagia Sophia stood like a memory of former greatness. Its domes glowed faintly under moonlight, its mosaics half, faded but still divine. There, priests gathered to chant in Greek, Latin, and a dozen other tongues, as if language itself might hold back what was coming. But the enemy was already at the gates. To the west of the city, beyond the Theodosian walls, walls that had stood since the time of emperors, there gathered a sea of tents, firelight, and iron. Sultan Mehmed II, only 21 years old, had come with over 100,000 men. Janissaries, cavalry, sappers, and siege engineers. Cannons that had never been used in war before, massive instruments of stone and smoke, stood like monsters waiting to roar. Mehmed did not come in haste. He came with certainty. And within the city, Emperor Constantine XI Palaeologos knew this was not another raid, not a test. This was the end. He stood atop the walls more often now, not in ceremony, but in mourning. His kingdom, once vast, had shrunk to the size of the city itself. Constantinople was not a capital anymore. It was a tomb waiting to be sealed. Still, he would not flee. He spoke quietly to his generals, many of whom were not Greeks. Venetians, Genoese, mercenaries, believers in an old cause. Some fought for gold, others for faith. But many, too many, fought because they could not imagine a world without this city. The people of Constantinople lived in two realities. In one, life continued. Markets opened, bread was baked, ships docked under heavy inspection. In the other, every bell that rang sounded like a funeral toll. Every footstep echoed like a goodbye. On April 6th, the first cannon fired. It did not kill. It broke. Stone cracked. Dust rose. And with it, the age of walls ended. Mehmed's artillery was slow, but relentless. Day and night, the ground shook with each blast. And slowly, agonizingly, the Theodosian walls, those three layered barriers of legend, began to give way. Inside the city, faith fought fear. Some prayed. Others fled. And some, old enough to remember the empire as more than myth, sat silently in doorways, watching pigeons leave and not return. But Constantine did not falter. He walked the city barefoot during Holy Week, knelt in every church he passed, and wept openly for what could not be saved. He was not a man desperate for victory. He was a man choosing how to meet death. And across the sea, Europe watched and did nothing. The Venetians debated. The Pope sent words, but not men. The kings of Christendom argued over borders and coin. Constantinople had once held the world together. Now it stood alone. The siege grew longer. Food dwindled. Fires broke out. Disease crept through narrow streets like a shadow that couldn't be pushed back. The people whispered that the Virgin Mary would intervene, that the city had always been protected, that this was a test. But the walls kept falling. On May 23rd, a blood-red moon rose. Some called it an omen, others a curse. And in the camps beyond the walls, Mehmed read it differently. He called his generals, told them the time had come. The final assault would be on May 29th. That night, the city slept as if it knew it would not wake. The churches filled until there was no more room to kneel. The Hagia Sophia, once filled with emperors and incense, now opened its doors to anyone, Greek, Latin, soldier, priest, sinner. They sang the old hymns, the ones carved in memory, not paper. And when the candles burned low, some said they saw shadows move along the walls, ghosts of fallen emperors coming to stand one last time. And when dawn came, it was not bright, it was fire. The final assault began before sunrise. 3 waves. The first were irregulars, men thrown forward like stones. meant to die, meant to tire the defenders. The second wave came heavier, disciplined, ordered, like iron wrapped in flesh, and finally the third wave, the Janissaries, elite, silent, unyielding. The defenders, outnumbered and exhausted, fought with desperation. They poured boiling oil, hurled rocks, swung blades dulled from weeks of war. But numbers grind down courage. Steel wears down hope. The walls finally cracked open near the gate of St. Romanus. Mehmed's men flooded through. Screams rose like smoke. The defenders fell back. Some fled to the harbour, others into the churches. Constantine was last seen throwing off his imperial robes and charging into the fray. He did not seek glory, only a death that matched the weight of his crown. No one ever found his body. The city fell street by street, brick by brick. The Hagia Sophia, filled with the last faithful, became a place of conquest. The invaders did not pause. They broke open the doors, their swords gleaming like cruel light, and outside, the banners of Rome fell. For the last time, the empire, born of Augustus, split by emperors, guarded by saints, died in one morning. And yet, even in that fall, something lingered. Mehmed entered the Hagia Sophia alone. He told his men to wait. He stepped into the grand hall, where the gold mosaics still shimmered, and dust still danced in the shafts of light from the dome. And there, beneath the image of the Pantocrator, he picked up a handful of soil from the marble floor and let it fall through his fingers. He did not speak. He simply looked upward and then left. Some say he wept. Others say he smiled. But the city, reborn under a new banner, did not speak of it. It simply breathed, as if waking from a long, hard dream. And outside its walls, the world turned, unaware that an era had just ended. After the city fell, there was no celebration. Not truly. Victory rang hollow when the streets were slick with blood, when the wails of children echoed against broken stones, and when the domes of churches trembled not from hymns, but from fire. The smoke rose slowly, as if reluctant to leave what had once been sacred ground. The Sultan, Mehmed, now called the Conqueror, walked its streets with measured steps. He did not ride. He did not boast. He simply moved through the silence like a man among ruins, ruins he had made. To his men, he offered reward. To the city, he offered transformation. But first, there was mourning, because even a conqueror understands the weight of what he has broken. They say Mehmed entered the Hagia Sophia not as a tyrant, but as a man standing before time. The great dome, which had watched 1,000 years pass beneath it, seemed to sigh. The gold shimmered even beneath ash, and mosaics of angels, saints, and emperors still glowed faintly, despite the soot. He ordered no torch be lit inside. Only the light from heaven would be allowed to touch its walls now. He climbed the steps to the altar, a place where emperors once knelt, where chants once filled the air like perfume. And standing there, he pressed his palm to the cold marble, whispered words no one could hear, and then turned away. The Hagia Sophia would be a mosque now. But its soul, perhaps, remained unchanged. Outside, the people of Constantinople, those who survived, were stunned into stillness. Families searched for one another. Priests walked barefoot in the rubble. The old men who had seen the empire in its glory sat silently in their doorways, their eyes empty of fear, their lips unmoving. No one screamed anymore. The horror had passed. Only loss remained. Some fled to the ships still in the harbour. A few Venetian and Genoese vessels had been spared, either by bribe or mercy. On board, refugees whispered prayers, clutching relics, parchments or the hands of children. Behind them, the skyline of Constantinople burned softly in the dusk. The towers, domes, and minarets some standing, others broken, glowed like a painting smudged by time. In the coming days, Mehmed would issue proclamations. He would protect the churches, though many were already looted. He would call for craftsmen, engineers, and scholars to rebuild the city, his city now. And most importantly, he would declare that Constantinople would rise again, not as the jewel of Rome, but as the capital of a new empire, an empire of the Ottomans. And slowly, the work began. The broken gates were cleared, the bodies buried, new banners were raised, and men from every corner of Mehmed's realm arrived. Turks, Greeks, Armenians, Jews, each bringing something: brick, prayer, coin, hope. The Sultan renamed the city Istanbul. Some whispered, the city. Others simply called it. But its soul, its heart, remained tied to its old name, because Constantinople was more than stone. It was memory, and memory does not vanish with conquest. It lingers, in dreams, in song, in dust. Years passed. The empire of the Ottomans grew vast. Its reach extended deep into Europe, over the deserts of Arabia, and along the coasts of Africa. Mehmed's name became legend. His tomb would be visited by thousands. His laws cited for centuries, his vision, unrelenting. But even he, in his final days, would sometimes walk the older quarters of the city, quietly, alone, disguised, perhaps, listening not to the muezzin, but to the wind. And some say, when he passed near the old palace of Blachina, now half buried and half lost to ivy, he would pause, not long, just enough. As if remembering something that no longer had a shape. The Romans were gone, but the stones still whispered, not of revenge, not of sorrow, but of weight, of time, of all the names written in the dust, now forgotten, of voices that once filled these alleys with poetry, now silent, of a mother once lighting a candle for her son before sending him to guard the walls, of a baker rising before dawn, even as the siege raged, kneading bread for soldiers he would never know, of a priest who sang a final hymn beneath a dome cracked by cannon fire. These were not legends, they were people, and people are history's true bones. Istanbul would grow. It would thrive. Its minarets would pierce the sky like spears of prayer, its markets would hum, its books would multiply. But beneath the paving stones of every new road lay bones, of saints, of soldiers, of children, of dreams, and sometimes, when the wind came in from the sea, it carried not salt, but song, a song in Greek, old, cracked and fading, but still remembered. Because Constantinople was not merely lost, it was buried, and buried things do not die, they wait, and in waiting they become stories, and stories, like this one, return. Years passed, then decades, and still the memory of the fall lingered like incense that refused to fade. For some, Constantinople became a wound, a symbol of betrayal, of abandonment, of Christendom's final silence. For others, it was a prophecy fulfilled, the last light extinguished so that another might rise in its place. But for most, it became a name, a word heavy with longing, a city glimpsed only in dreams, or read about in forgotten scriptures, or whispered about by sailors crossing the Bosphorus on quiet, misty mornings. The people who had once called it home scattered across the known world. Greek families found refuge in Venetian islands, Anatolian towns, and cities further west. They brought their icons, their scrolls, their stories, but none of it ever felt like home again. There were still those who refused to believe it had truly fallen. In distant monasteries, monks copied ancient maps where Constantinople still stood, glowing with gold leaf, surrounded by divine protection. In candlelit crypts, prophecies were read aloud that claimed the city would rise again, that an angel would descend, raise the fallen emperor from the dust, and the Romans would reclaim their eternal city in a single night. But the years kept moving, and the angel did not come. Yet Constantinople did not fade into oblivion. It evolved, changed, adapted. The Ottoman Empire, under Mehmed and his successors, turned the city into a new heart. Mosques rose where basilicas had once stood, madrasas replaced monasteries, but the bones remained. The same streets, the same hills, the same sea. A city layered in time. One where a boy walking to prayer might tread unknowingly over the crypt of a Byzantine empress, where market stalls echoed with words in Turkish, Greek, Armenian, and Arabic, where the call to prayer mingled with the hush of old hymns trapped in stone. There were ruins no one touched, walls no one rebuilt, as if the ghosts there had made peace with the soil, and the living had learned to walk softly. In later years, travelers would arrive from across Europe. Writers, painters, dreamers. They came searching for something they couldn't name, and when they saw the domes of the Hagia Sophia rising above the skyline, they often stopped speaking. Some cried. Others simply stood, as if facing the sea inside their own memory. Because even if they had never set foot in the old empire, they had carried its shadow all their lives. There were tales that on certain nights, when the moon hung low and the city was quiet, an unseen choir could be heard beneath the stones of the old forum, singing in languages no one remembered, for gods no one worshipped anymore. And sometimes a boy would be born in a narrow street with dreams of gold, leafed thrones and chariots of fire. No one knew why. Perhaps it was something in the air, or the water, or the silence between the city's ancient heartbeats. For history, in places like this, doesn't die. It simply goes quiet. It waits. Constantinople became a riddle for poets, a warning for empires, a place where endings and beginnings collapsed into one. It was the last candle of Rome, but it was also the first flame of something else. And so it remains, neither truly fallen nor truly saved, suspended, eternal, like a word caught between breath and memory. And when you sleep tonight, let that word drift through you, not with sorrow, but with wonder, because the city did not die. It became story, and stories never end. It began with a whisper, not of war or revolution, but of curiosity. Before the world was divided into maps and empires, before kings were drawn in portraits and seas were claimed by flags, there was a city beside the sea, a city that hummed with the salt of waves and the scent of ink. A city not built to conquer, but to remember. Its name was Alexandria. Named for Alexander the Great, though he never lived to walk its streets, Alexandria was his dream made stone. A city of minds instead of swords, built along the Mediterranean's edge, where the desert met the water and the sun painted gold across white marble. Alexandria was meant to become the beating heart of knowledge. At its center stood something miraculous, not the towering lighthouse, though it reached into the sky like a finger pointing toward the divine. Not the royal palace, though kings came and went behind its silk curtains. No, the miracle was quieter. It did not rise with force or glitter with power. It sat in stillness and invited the world in. The Library of Alexandria. Not a library in the sense we know today. Not shelves of books filed away for quiet readers. This was more. This was an ark, a cathedral of thought. A vault not of coin, but of questions. They say its doors never truly closed, that lamps burned all night within its halls, that the sound of quills on papyrus was like rainfall, constant, soft, and holy. The idea began with Ptolemy Isota, a Macedonian general who had once stood beside Alexander himself. When Alexander died, the empire shattered into shards. each taken by a man who believed he could carry the dream forward. Ptolemy took Egypt, but he didn't want only gold or soldiers. He wanted wisdom, and so he built a library that could hold everything humanity had ever thought, said, or written. Every poem, every recipe, every law, every belief about the stars or the body or the gods. It began with scribes, hundreds of them, working day and night. When ships arrived in the harbor, customs officials inspected not only goods but scrolls. Any text found was taken, copied by the library's scribes, and returned, usually a replica, while the original was catalogued and stored in the great halls of the library. No one knows exactly how many scrolls filled its walls. Some say 400,000, others say 700,000. But numbers cannot capture what it meant. There were plays written in tongues that had no homeland, charts of constellations from Persian skies, mathematical treatises by Indian thinkers, anatomical drawings smuggled out of dissection rooms in faraway lands. Maps not of land, but of ideas. The library became a sanctuary for those who asked dangerous questions. What is truth? What is the soul? What is the shape of the universe? Can time bend? Does the body contain the stars, or do the stars contain the body? People came to Alexandria not just to read, but to live among knowledge. Scholars received stipends from the king, housing, food, materials. All they had to do was study, think, debate, discover. It was here that Euclid formalized the rules of geometry. Here that Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the earth, using nothing more than a stick, a well, and a mind that refused to accept ignorance. Here that Galen studied the pulse and the breath, and dared to open the body to understand what lay beneath. Here that Hypatia, philosopher, astronomer, mathematician, and teacher, walked with robes of white and taught men to see reason as sacred. The library was not just a building, it was a song, a harmony of thought and time. But all songs, if not remembered, fade. And so did this one. No one knows for certain how it ended. Some say it began with fire, others with fear. Some blame Julius Caesar. In 48 BCE, during his civil war against Pompey, Caesar set fire to the ships in the harbor to block the enemy fleet. The flames leapt from sail to dock, from dock to warehouse, and some say from warehouse to library. Others speak of Theophilus, a Christian bishop who, centuries later, led mobs into pagan temples and shrines, tearing down what they saw as heresy, including, perhaps, the library itself. Still others whisper of the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, where Caliph Omar allegedly declared that if the books agreed with the Quran, they were unnecessary, and if they disagreed, they were dangerous. Either way, they were burned. But perhaps none of these stories are entirely true. Perhaps the library did not die in a single fire, a single night, a single gasp. Perhaps it died the way ideas often do, not with violence but with silence. Scribes left, scholars fled, scrolls decayed, and dust settled where once minds had gathered like stars. But Alexandria itself did not vanish. It remained. A quieter city, a humbled one, but still whispering beneath its breath. The ghosts of knowledge do not scream. They linger, in the crack of an old column, in the faded lines of a forgotten manuscript, in the eyes of a child who, for reasons they cannot name, hungers to understand the sky. It began with a whisper, not of war or revolution, but of curiosity. Before the world was divided into maps and empires, before kings were drawn in portraits and seas were claimed by flags, there was a city beside the sea, a city that hummed with the salt of waves and the scent of ink. A city not built to conquer, but to remember. Its name was Alexandria, named for Alexander the Great, though he never lived to walk its streets. Alexandria was his dream made stone, a city of mines instead of swords, built along the Mediterranean's edge, where the desert met the water and the sun painted gold across white marble. Alexandria was meant to become the beating heart of knowledge. At its center stood something miraculous, not the towering lighthouse, though it reached into the sky like a finger pointing toward the divine. Not the royal palace, though kings came and went behind its silk curtains. No, the miracle was quieter. It did not rise with force or glitter with power. It sat in stillness and invited the world in. The Library of Alexandria, not a library in the sense we know today, not shelves of books filed away for quiet readers. This was more. This was an ark, a cathedral of thought, a vault not of coin, but of questions. They say its doors never truly closed, that lamps burned all night within its halls, that the sound of quills on papyrus was like rainfall, constant, soft, and holy. The idea began with Ptolemy Isota, a Macedonian general who had once stood beside Alexander himself. When Alexander died, the empire shattered into shards, each taken by a man who believed he could carry the dream forward. Ptolemy took Egypt, but he didn't want only gold or soldiers. He wanted wisdom, and so he built a library that could hold everything humanity had ever thought, said or written. Every poem, every recipe, every law, every belief about the stars or the body or the gods. It began with scribes, hundreds of them, working day and night. When ships arrived in the harbor, customs officials inspected not only goods but scrolls. Any text found was taken, copied by the library's scribes, and returned, usually a replica, while the original was catalogued and stored in the great halls of the library. No one knows exactly how many scrolls filled its walls. Some say 400,000, others say 700,000, but numbers cannot capture what it meant. There were plays written in tongues that had no homeland, charts of constellations from Persian skies, mathematical treatises by Indian thinkers, anatomical drawings smuggled out of dissection rooms in faraway lands. Maps not of land, but of ideas. The library became a sanctuary for those who asked dangerous questions. What is truth? What is the soul? What is the shape of the universe? Can time bend? Does the body contain the stars, or do the stars contain the body? People came to Alexandria not just to read, but to live among knowledge. Scholars received stipends from the king, housing, food, materials. All they had to do was study, think, debate, discover. It was here that Euclid formalized the rules of geometry. Here that Eratosthenes measured the circumference of the earth, using nothing more than a stick, a well, and a mind that refused to accept ignorance. Here that Galen studied the pulse and the breath, and dared to open the body to understand what lay beneath. Here that Hypatia, philosopher, astronomer, mathematician, and teacher, walked with robes of white and taught men to see reason as sacred. The library was not just a building, it was a song, a harmony of thought and time. But all songs, if not remembered, fade. And so did this one. No one knows for certain how it ended. Some say it began with fire, others with fear. Some blame Julius Caesar in 48 BCE. During his civil war against Pompey, Caesar set fire to the ships in the harbor to block the enemy fleet. The flames leapt from sail to dock, from dock to warehouse, and some say from warehouse to library. Others speak of Theophilus, a Christian bishop who, centuries later, led mobs into pagan temples and shrines, tearing down what they saw as heresy, including, perhaps, the library itself. Still others whisper of the Muslim conquest in the 7th century, where Caliph Omar allegedly declared that if the books agreed with the Quran, they were unnecessary, and if they disagreed, they were dangerous. Either way, they were burned. But perhaps none of these stories are entirely true. Perhaps the library did not die in a single fire, a single night, a single gasp. Perhaps it died the way ideas often do, not with violence, but with silence. Scribes left, scholars fled, scrolls decayed, and dust settled where once minds had gathered like stars. But Alexandria itself did not vanish. It remained. A quieter city, a humbled one, but still whispering beneath its breath. The ghosts of knowledge do not scream. They linger, in the crack of an old column, in the faded lines of a forgotten manuscript, in the eyes of a child who, for reasons they cannot name, hungers to understand the sky. Time does not weep loudly. It peels things back, one grain of sand at a time. So it was with Alexandria, and with the library. Long after the great halls had grown cold and empty, long after the last true scholar had fled or been silenced, the people still spoke of the place as if it lived, as if it breathed behind closed doors. There were rumors of scrolls hidden away, walled inside secret chambers beneath the city, guarded by silence and salt. Some said they were carried east by wise men, hidden in monasteries atop desert cliffs. Others believed the texts were smuggled aboard Phoenician ships and scattered across ports like seeds, waiting for someone, someday, to recognize their worth. But no one ever found them, and so the Library of Alexandria became a myth. And myths, if whispered long enough, take root deeper than fact. Still, what remained was more than rumor. It was the echo of a purpose, for the scholars who once walked those halls did not vanish into smoke. Their ideas traveled. The works of Euclid and Ptolemy, of Aristarchus and Archimedes, survived in translation, first into Arabic, then into Latin, and later into the languages of Europe. Without Alexandria, the Renaissance might never have sparked. Without those preserved insights, Galileo may not have looked to the stars. Newton may not have bent the laws of gravity. Darwin may not have traced the tree of life. So perhaps it was not the fire that mattered. Perhaps what mattered was the embers. For in every age that followed, in every place where minds gathered to question and to learn, there was a little of Alexandria. In dark monasteries in Ireland, monks hunched over texts by candlelight, copying words written by hands long dead. In Baghdad's House of Wisdom, scholars translated Greek into Arabic and built upon it, developing algebra, chemistry, optics. In Andalusia, Jewish, Muslim, and Christian thinkers debated medicine and metaphysics beneath tiled domes. In Florence, in Oxford, in Istanbul, in Calcutta, the fire of Alexandria flickered, faint but unbroken. And in the mind of a young girl who first opened a book and saw a drawing of the stars, and knew, without knowing why, that this was the truth she'd always longed for. Even today, libraries rise in cities wrapped in concrete and steel. They do not house scrolls anymore, but their purpose has not changed. They are places where noise recedes and thinking begins, where a person might enter as one and leave as another. Every university, every reading room, every quiet bookstore with dust in the corners and curiosity in the air, they are echoes. The world forgot the names of many who once taught within Alexandria's walls. But the questions they asked, we still ask them. What is the shape of the universe? Where does thought come from? Can there be truth without faith? Can there be faith without doubt? Do we choose our lives, or are we chosen by them? Is death an end, or a turning of the page? The philosophers of Alexandria did not always agree. In fact, they rarely did. Debate was the blood of the library. To believe a thing was not enough. One had to prove it, defend it, challenge it, refine it. Even the gods were questioned. And it was that, some say, which sealed the library's fate. For the true danger of Alexandria was not what it taught, but what it made possible, the idea that authority can be wrong. That truth is not given, it is found, and if it can be found, it can also be lost. And so, over centuries those in power grew uneasy, they tightened their grip. They declared some questions heresy, others blasphemy, and others still madness. But questions do not burn easily, they smoulder, and they return. And the dream still breathes. It began not with conquest, nor with invention, but with longing. A longing so vast it defied stone, defied desert, defied the very will of the gods. In the cradle of civilization, where the Euphrates curved like a serpent in sleep, there rose a city, said to have been kissed by heaven itself. Babylon, a city of walls so thick chariots could race across them, of towers that reached upward like prayers, of markets rich with copper and incense and stories. And within it, so the ancients say, floated a garden unlike any the world had seen, the Hanging Gardens, a name that confuses even now. They did not hang exactly. They were not suspended from ropes or beams. The Greek word, krimastos, often translated as hanging, more likely meant overhanging or terraced. Layer upon layer, the gardens climbed, and as they rose, so too did legend. They say it was built for love. King Nebuchadnezzar II, ruler of empires, builder of wonders, husband to a queen from far greener lands. She missed her home, they said, the mountains of Media, the lush hills that rolled like waves through what is now Iran. And so the king, in an act of devotion that reshaped the very ground, commanded engineers and priests and laborers to raise a mountain where no mountain had ever stood, stone by stone, root by root. It is said the terraces were fed by machines, an early chain, pump system that lifted water from the Euphrates high into the sky, an artificial river flowing backward, earth stacked atop stone, trees atop earth, birds nesting in the shade of fig, and date palms hundreds of feet in the air. Some claimed it was cooler in the gardens than on the streets below. A paradise in the air, and yet we have no definitive proof it ever existed. No Babylonian tablets describe it. No ruins have been confirmed. The earliest written accounts come centuries later, from Greek historians like Strabo and Philo, who likely never saw it. And yet, their words are rich with detail. Archways, stairs, aqueducts, vines trailing like fingers over marble, gardens large enough to shade entire banquets beneath their canopy. Some scholars now believe the Hanging Gardens may have actually been in Nineveh, built by the Assyrian king Sennacherib. His palace boasted of gardens, of engineering marvels, of waters bent to the will of man. Clay tablets from his reign speak of bronze water screws, machines far ahead of their time. But the myth remains rooted in Babylon. Why? Perhaps because Babylon was already a city of dreams. The Tower of Babel, the Ishtar Gate, the ziggurats, all of them gestures toward the divine, attempts to raise mankind toward the heavens. The gardens fit the pattern, a human Eden built skyward, a place where love conquered heat, where longing grew roots, where water defied gravity. And yet the silence of archaeology haunts the tale. We dig, we scan, we study the layers of sand and clay, and the gardens remain hidden. But absence is not proof of fiction. Stories leave traces even when stone does not. In architecture, terraced villas across Persia and the Mediterranean. In poetry, tales of lovers building heavens for one another. In language, the very phrase, hanging garden, passed down through millennia, and in our imagination. For still, the idea survives, that a king, driven by love, reshaped a city, that trees once swayed high above the desert, that somewhere, somehow, paradise was made by human hands, and though no traveller today can walk its paths or feel its shade, the Hanging Gardens remain one of the seven wonders, not for what they left behind, but for what they continue to grow: wonder, curiosity, longing, and the quiet, stubborn hope that sometimes love can change the very face of the world. It began with a question not of geography, but of memory. The kind of memory that clings like salt to the air, like mist rising from the sea at dawn. A memory felt more than recalled, embedded in the hush before a storm, or the shifting sands beneath your feet. It whispered through the ocean's breath, stirred the winds off ancient coasts, and echoed faintly in the silence that follows a wave's collapse. It was a memory wrapped in legend, soaked in centuries of wonder, and forever just beyond reach. For Atlantis is not found on any map. It is not marked by coordinates or compass lines. No traveller has ever returned from its shores. No satellite has caught its silhouette beneath the waves. And yet, for over 2,000 years we have spoken its name. Atlantis, an empire drowned, a civilization erased, a warning, whispered across generations. The story first surfaces in the writings of Plato. In his dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, he speaks of a mighty island nation beyond the pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. Atlantis, he said, was larger than Libya and Asia combined. Its kings ruled over distant lands. Its temples glittered with gold and orichalcum. Its people lived in harmony, until they did not. For the tale of Atlantis is not a celebration. It is a caution. Plato writes that the Atlanteans grew proud, arrogant. They turned from the ways of the gods and sought dominion over all. And so, in a single day and night of misfortune, the island sank beneath the sea, gone, swallowed by the ocean. But was it real? From the sunken ruins of Santorini, once home to the Minoan civilization, to the lost city of Heracleion off the Egyptian coast, archaeologists have tirelessly hunted for signs of Atlantis. In the 20th century, the work of Spiridon Marinatos uncovered Acropolis, a Bronze Age settlement buried by volcanic ash that bore uncanny similarities to Plato's account. Meanwhile, in Spain's Do Ana National Park, satellite imagery and ground-penetrating radar revealed concentric ring structures buried under marshlands, sparking renewed debate. German physicist Rainer Kayun suggested that Atlantis may have been a memory of Tartessos, a historical city with legendary wealth. Oceanographers have scarred the seabed off the Azores, while explorers probed the Caribbean trenches, mapping anomalies with sonar and submersibles. Despite technological advances, none have produced conclusive evidence. Scholars still debate, was Atlantis a real place, distorted by time and storytelling? Was it a parable, a fiction crafted by Plato to explore political philosophy and hubris? Or was it something more? Across the ages, seekers have searched, in the Mediterranean, in the Caribbean, along the coasts of Spain and Morocco, beneath the ice of Antarctica, in the eye of the Sahara. Some even look to the moon. And each time a ruin is found, or a map redrawn, Atlantis stirs again. But perhaps its power is not in proof. Perhaps Atlantis lives because we need it to. Because it reminds us of fragility, of how quickly greatness can become legend. The details in Plato's account are too precise to dismiss entirely. Rings of water and land surrounding a central island. An advanced society with engineering, laws and beauty. Priests and philosophers, warriors and poets. A culture that soared and then was silenced. The image lingers. In fiction, Atlantis became a cradle of lost knowledge. In conspiracy, a refuge of alien technology. In dreams, a city of crystal and coral and sunken light. And always a fall. A punishment for pride. Yet some whisper that Atlantis never fell. that it never sank, that it rose, that the Atlanteans left, carrying their wisdom to Egypt, to Mesoamerica, to the far corners of the earth, and that traces of their presence remain. Across continents and centuries, uncanny architectural echoes emerge, massive pyramids rising in both Egypt and Mesoamerica, aligned not only to the stars but to each other, despite being an ocean apart. Step temples in Cambodia and stone terraces in Peru mirror each other's geometry. Intricate symbols carved into basalt in the Middle East resemble glyphs found in Central America. Myths of a flood, a golden age, and a lost land appear in nearly every ancient culture. From the Mesopotamian Eridu to the Aztec Aztlan, even isolated island cultures in the Pacific speak of ancestors who arrived on great ships from lands swallowed by the sea. These are not proofs, but fingerprints, scattered clues that suggest either a shared memory or a shared origin, in pyramids separated by oceans, in myths of flood and fire, in the eyes of statues that seem older than time. But we do not know, and perhaps we never will. Perhaps Atlantis was never meant to be found. For some, knowledge is not about location, but about reflection. Atlantis is not just a place, it is a mirror. It asks what becomes of us when we forget humility, when we place power above wisdom, when we believe we are untouchable. Atlantis teaches by disappearing, and in doing so, it lingers longer than any empire ever could, not in stone, but in story, and in the question that will not go silent: what if it was true? What if it is still there, waiting, before the pharaohs carved their names into stone, before Babylon raised its towers to the heavens, before China laid its first bricks along the Yellow River, before Mesopotamia mapped the stars from ziggurat spires? There was a city in the dust, silent now, but once alive with breath and rhythm, Mohenjo-Daro, the mound of the dead, nestled along the lower reaches of the Indus River, in what is now modern-day Pakistan. This ancient city thrived over 4,000 years ago, when pyramids were new, when Stonehenge still watched the sun. Long before Rome, long before Greece, long before the world we claim to know. It rose from fired brick and careful thought, an ancient marvel of planning and foresight. Its streets ran straight and true, aligned not randomly but with cardinal intention. Its homes, built with symmetry and sense, captured the breeze through ventilated walls and courtyards. Water ran in stone, cut channels deep beneath the ground, a quiet river of sustenance threading the city. Sewage systems, sealed, sloped, and strategic, outmatched those of medieval Europe by millennia, a feat of engineering long buried beneath dust and time. No kings, no palaces, no temples that reached for the skies, and yet civilization, order, a shared language carved in seals and etched in stone, a people who lived not by conquest but by harmony. The Great Bath, so they called it, sat at the city's heart, a sunken brick pool, lined with waterproof tar, fed by wells and drained by terracotta pipes. Was it a place of ritual, cleansing, ceremony? We do not know, because Mohenjo-Daro left no Rosetta Stone, no tales inscribed in deciphered script. The Indus Valley script, curved and graceful, stamped into clay, remains unread. Its voices are sealed, and yet the silence speaks. It hums in the shade of sun-baked bricks. It lingers in the outline of rooms where families once sat. It stirs in the dust where children must have played. It clings to the hearth, buried toys, the spindle halls, the ivory dice that suggest not just survival, but joy. It speaks in the layout of the city, a grid of logic. It speaks in the wells, hundreds of them, dug deep to pull life from the earth. It speaks in the jewelry, carved from carnelian and lapis, delicate, beautiful. This was not a people struggling to survive. This was a people who understood how to live. And then it ended. No burning, no conquest, no skeletal evidence of mass slaughter, just abandonment. Theories abound. Entire volumes of speculation built on fragments and ruins. Some suggest the monsoon betrayed them. Rains that once nourished turned wild and wrathful, drowning or deserting the land. Others suspect slow rot from within. A crumbling of trade routes, a rise in salinity, or a plague carried by rats or wind. There are whispers, too, of shifts in the river's will, of tectonic tremors nudging the city towards silence. Did the river shift? Did drought or flood steal the city's breath? Was it disease, climate collapse, or something stranger? Some archaeologists point to traces of extreme heat, fused bricks, surfaces charred beyond explanation. Could it have been a natural disaster, or something else? In the 20th century, as researchers excavated the city, they found bodies. Not many, just enough to spark curiosity. Some lying in the streets, hands clutching nothing, as if caught in a moment, a breath before something unseen passed through. Mohenjo-Daro remains an enigma. Not for what we've found, but for what we haven't. No tombs of mighty rulers, no monuments of war, no towering gods with eyes of fire, just balance, and water, and quiet. It was one of the world's earliest great cities, and yet it left behind no legends to shout its name across the ages. Only ruins. And the haunting question, what happened here? What ends a civilization that knew how to live without kings? What silences a people who built without walls of fear? And what might we learn if we could finally hear them speak? What the city did leave behind, besides silence, were its artifacts, tens of thousands of them. Tiny tokens of daily life, crafted with care and intent. A child's toy cart, a perfectly balanced scale, beads strung with mathematical precision, tools of bronze, carved stamp seals etched with animals, unicorns, tigers, elephants, some real, some mythical. Why did these images matter? Were they symbols of families, professions, beliefs? We cannot say. Near the city, the ruins of granaries. Massive structures aligned along the wind, perhaps used to store wheat or barley. And beside them, raised platforms. Was this a market? A gathering place? And then there were the figurines. A slender woman, adorned with bangles and poise. We call her the dancing girl. Not because we know what she did, but because she dares to defy stillness. Made of bronze, barely 6 inches tall, yet her presence fills the mind with motion. She is youthful, bold, and aware of her own beauty. Her arm hangs loose, her hip cocked. She reminds us that people then laughed, moved, played, lived. Other figurines show seated men, perhaps priests or elders, with detailed cloaks and calm expressions. These faces, frozen in time, do not hint at fear. They hint at dignity. From their sewage drains to their smallest sculpture, Mohenjo-Daro's citizens plan not just for function, but for grace. And though we've dug deep, there is so much more we haven't seen. Beneath the dust, layers still lie untouched. Each excavation uncovers more questions than answers. Each object, a whisper from a voice we cannot yet understand. For a city once so alive, it is the mystery of its stillness that echoes longest. But perhaps that's what makes Mohenjo-Daro matter. Not its ruins, but its restraint. Not its gods, but its gardens. Not its wars, but its water. In an age of empire, building and monumental ambition, here was a city that dared to thrive in simplicity, to build not for power, but for people. No towering statues of rulers, no oaths to violent deities, no written declarations of divine right or bloody conquest. Only a city, woven brick by those who believed that civilization could be measured not by might, but by balance. Perhaps they failed, or perhaps we failed them. Failed to remember, failed to listen, because buried in those unmapped layers, beneath centuries of dust and dismissal, Mohenjo-Daro still breathes, in broken beads and terracotta pipes, in the rhythm of rooms still aligned with wind and sun, in the silence between the questions. What if their story was never meant to be shouted? What if it was whispered, waiting for a quieter world to finally hear? I will now begin writing the full 10,000-word immersive narration script in one continuous flow, broken into detailed, poetic segments. Tone will remain soft, engaging, dreamlike, following your transcript style. No headers, no commands. Just pure narration optimized for bedtime storytelling. Let's begin. It was never supposed to be there. Not that early, not that complex, not that precise. And yet, beneath a dusty hill in southeastern Turkey, the stones began to whisper. For years, the hill had been mistaken for a natural rise. Locals called it Potbelly Hill, Giu Bekli Tip. Just another mound, windswept and nondescript, grazing the horizon. Farmers ploughed nearby. Shepherds let goats roam past it. A few odd stones jutted from the earth like broken teeth, but no one gave them much thought. Until 1994, that year, a German archaeologist named Klaus Schmidt walked up the slope and knew, almost instantly, that something was very wrong. These stones weren't random. They weren't just weathered boulders. They were carved, aligned, placed. Someone had built this mound, and then, long ago, deliberately buried it again. The excavation began, and history began to tremble. What emerged from the soil shattered everything we thought we knew about the birth of civilization. Massive T-shaped pillars, each weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in circular enclosures. Some stood over 6 meters tall, carved with intricate reliefs. Foxes, snakes, lions, vultures, boars, scorpions, abstract symbols. No writing, no wheels, no pottery, no metal, just stone, carved with impossible skill, and older than anything we had ever seen. Carbon dating placed the structures at 9600 BCE. That's over 11,600 years ago. To put that into perspective, Göbekli Tepe predates the pyramids by 7,000 years. It was built before agriculture, before writing, before cities. Built, apparently, by hunter-gatherers. People we assumed were too primitive to organize, let alone build megalithic temples. But here it stood. Not a village, not a city, a temple. The first temple, and that made no sense. Why would nomadic people spend decades, perhaps centuries, cutting and hauling these immense stones, shaping them into sacred geometry? What called them here? Why carve a monument to the heavens if your eyes were always on the hunt? It forced a reversal of everything we'd believed. For centuries, scholars assumed religion emerged after agriculture, that once humans settled, built cities, and organized surplus food. Only then did they create religion and temples. But Göbekli Tepe whispered another story. Perhaps it was religion that came first. Perhaps it was the call of the sacred that gathered people, sparked cooperation, ritual, planning. Perhaps temples didn't emerge from civilization. Perhaps civilization emerged from temples. They dug deeper, and circle after circle came to light. Enclosure A, B, C, D, each arrangement slightly different, yet built with uncanny precision. Always two central monoliths, massive, towering, facing one another, surrounded by a ring of smaller stones. The symmetry was no accident. The placement mirrored something ancient, perhaps the stars above, or the pulse of the earth below. And the carvings, these were not random animals. Each creature was chosen, placed with intention. Vultures with outstretched wings, seemingly carrying headless human forms. Leopards slinking along the sides. serpents in patterns that suggested movement, coiling, devouring warning. Some panels showed abstract shapes, H-like symbols, crescents, circles. A few even depicted headless human figures lying beneath animals. Were they myths? Were they warnings? Or were they memories? No writing. But these were messages, etched not for the eye, but for the soul, and all of it buried. At some point, long after these stones were raised, the people of Göbekli Tepe made a decision that still puzzles archaeologists to this day. They buried the temple, layer after layer of soil, stone, and rubble, intentionally, gently, almost like a funeral. Why? What did they fear? What secret was so dangerous that it had to be sealed away? When Klaus Schmidt looked upon the stones, he didn't see just a temple. He saw the rebirth of an origin story, the beginning of belief. Because Göbekli Tepe was not a place of residence. No homes, no hearths, no buried trash heaps like in nearby settlements. This was a site of pilgrimage, of worship, of shared imagination, a place where scattered tribes gathered, to fast, to feast, to tell stories carved in silence. Some researchers now believe the temple played host to rituals of death and rebirth, that the animals carved into the stones were not just creatures, but symbols of the journey beyond. Vultures carrying souls, serpents as guardians, wild beasts as guides or judges. Others speculate it was astronomical, a calendar in stone, pointing to solstices or even to a catastrophic event, the so-called Younger Dryas impact around 10,800 BCE, when a sudden shift in climate might have shattered ecosystems and starved entire populations. Was Göbekli Tepe built as a memory stone, a temple not just for gods, but for survival? A monument to what had been lost. And then there's the craftsmanship. These weren't accidental monuments. They weren't chipped crudely with bone and wood. The builders used flint tools, yes, but with a level of finesse that astounded even modern sculptors. Each pillar was quarried, carved, transported, and installed with a mastery of weight, balance, and symmetry. And yet, this was before the wheel. Before beasts of burden. Before pulleys, cranes, or iron. Some pillars weighed 10 to 20 tons. The central stones in some circles were even heavier. How were they moved, dragged, rolled, lifted? The official answer remains vague. But for those who stare too long at the alignments, at the scale, at the mystery, it's not hard to see why whispers of lost civilizations echo in archaeological corridors. Could there have been a forgotten epoch, a world before the flood? One where myth and memory still coexisted. Some believe Göbekli Tepe is proof that it is not the first temple, but the last of something older, that its builders were preserving memory, not creating it. But the deeper you wander into Göbekli Tepe's mystery, the more it slips from your grasp, because for all its massive stones and eerie silence, what truly haunts the place is what it lacks. There are no tools, no inscriptions, no names, no burials, no village ruins clustered around the site, just empty rings of carved stone. It's as if the builders emerged from the wilderness, built a cathedral of unthinkable beauty, and vanished, left no trace of where they came from, where they went, or who they worshipped. Only the temple remained, and then it too was sealed, deliberately buried, as though its very existence had become a danger. Some archaeologists, like Schmidt, believed the burial was ritual, a ceremonial closure, as if the site had served its purpose and was now being returned to the earth with honor. But others are not so sure. There's something unsettling about it. The sheer volume of rubble, the way the fill seems rushed, uneven, as though responding to something urgent. Was it fear? Was it shame? Or was it an attempt to hide something from someone? because the timing is curious, around 9000 BCE. Shortly after Göbekli Tepe's final enclosures were built, construction suddenly stops. The site is filled in, and nearby human settlements begin to rise. It's almost as if the knowledge, the power, was no longer welcome, or no longer understood, like an ember that burned too hot and had to be buried before it burned the world. And so, Göbekli Tepe sleeps beneath the Turkish soil. Only a portion of the site has been excavated, less than 10%. The rest remains hidden, still waiting, which raises the most tantalizing possibility of all. What else is buried? Because if this temple predates every known civilization by thousands of years, if it was built by so-called primitive humans with no writing, no cities, no agriculture, then what else might be waiting beneath the deserts, the jungles, the oceans? Could we have gotten human history completely backward? Some believe so. Alternative researchers have long argued that Göbekli Tepe is not an anomaly, but a survivor, a monument left by a culture that predates our current historical timeline. The idea is radical, but not new. Ancient myths around the world speak of a lost age, of floods and golden eras, of gods who walked among humans, not as spirits, but as beings of flesh and blood. In Sumeria, the Anunnaki. In India, the Devas and Asuras. In Egypt, the Netjeru. In Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha, pale, bearded teachers who came from across the sea. To many, these were just stories. But what if they were memories? Faded echoes of an age before the great forgetting. And what if Göbekli Tepe was the last temple of that world? A lighthouse built to preserve knowledge during the rising dark. One theory suggests the carvings at Göbekli Tepe are not merely artistic, but astronomical. Some researchers propose that the animals on the stones represent constellations. For instance, the vulture might represent Sagittarius. The scorpion is clearly Scorpius. The H symbol may be Gemini. And if this is true, then the layout of the temple could serve as a sky map, a permanent celestial calendar etched in limestone. Some even believe that enclosure D depicts the night sky on a specific date around 950 BCE. Why that date? Because it aligns with the younger Dryas impact hypothesis. The controversial idea that a massive comet or asteroid struck the Earth at that time, triggering sudden climate shifts, mass extinctions, and perhaps the destruction of an earlier human civilization. In that view, Göbekli Tepe becomes a message, a warning, a stone archive built to remember the fire. And if that sounds far-fetched, consider this. The builders of Göbekli Tepe lived in an age of ice and rebirth, an age when glaciers still stalked the northern lands, when mammoths roamed the plains, when human memory stretched back to times we call myth. They lived in a liminal world, half wild, half awake, and they left behind the one thing that doesn't lie stone. Not stories, not scrolls, but circles of stone carved with impossible purpose. What if they knew something we forgot? What if, instead of us looking back at them in wonder, they were looking forward to us in warning? You imagine them. Those nameless hands, chipping, carving, lifting, not for survival, not for shelter, but for something sacred. What dreams drove them? Was it awe, fear of the sky, gratitude for the earth, or was it grief? Some believe Göbekli Tepe was a place of mourning, a collective memory of something lost, something that came before. Each stone a whisper, each carving a scar. Perhaps they were building for the dead, not to bury them, but to remember. Because the temple is not functional. It has no rooms, no roofs, no fires, only circles, open to the sky, as if inviting the stars to bear witness. This was not architecture for comfort. It was architecture for meaning. Even the buried fill, Stone rubble, discarded tools, animal bones, tells a story. Layers upon layers of intentional closure. Almost like a time capsule, sealed by hands that knew they would not return. Did they sense their world was ending? Did they fear that memory itself would vanish? So they carved it into stone, and they buried it. Not to forget, but to be found. And so, the silence remains. Klaus Schmidt worked the site until his final breath in 2014. He believed Göbekli Tepe would rewrite history. And perhaps it has. Since its discovery, the entire narrative of early human civilization has been shaken. No longer do we see temples as a luxury of settled life. Now we ask if belief came before bread, if myth made man, and not the other way around. But the site still guards its secrets. Excavation continues slowly, methodically. Only a fraction of the hill has been touched. Ground, penetrating radar suggests dozens more enclosures beneath the soil, maybe hundreds. The hill is not a hill at all. It is a library, a buried cathedral, a story no one alive can read. And as modern eyes stare into the carved stone faces, we begin to wonder. Were these people truly like us, or were they closer to something we've forgotten? They had no books, no metal, no kings, no gods with thunderbolts, only animals, stars, circles. But what if that was enough? What if they knew how to live with reverence and not dominance? What if their silence is the wisdom we lost? And perhaps the most haunting question of all, why does this pattern repeat? Because Göbekli Tepe is not the only mystery. Across the world, megaliths rise in places they shouldn't. Stonehenge in Britain, Nabta Playa in Africa, Gunung Padang in Indonesia, the Osirian in Egypt, Puma Punku in Bolivia, all massive, all mysterious, all ancient beyond easy explanation. They share no language, no trade routes, no common empire, and yet the stones speak the same tongue. Massive pillars, celestial alignments, hidden knowledge encoded in geometry. It's as if a memory once stretched across the earth, a story told in stone, and now only fragments remain. Göbekli Tepe may be the oldest, but it is not alone. So as the wind moves over the stones, as the sun casts long shadows through the T-shaped sentinels, you can almost feel it. That something has been forgotten, deliberately, or by accident. It no longer matters, because now it has been found. And when the last layer of earth is pulled away, when the final enclosure is revealed, when the carvings once again face the stars, will we understand them? Will we know what they knew? Or will we simply marvel and move on? For now, the temple sleeps. And in its silence, it asks us not to remember facts, but to remember wonder, the kind that stops time, the kind that builds circles in stone, the kind that whispers, "You were not the first to ask who you are. You will not be the last." They came for the pyramids, every traveler, every scholar, every king. Their eyes were fixed on Giza, on the towering triangles that pierced the desert sky, on Khufu, on Khafra, on Menka. But they all missed what lay beneath, because west of the pyramids, south of Cairo, past the sleepy town of Hawara, there is a whisper, a legend buried under sand and denial, a riddle older than the Sphinx, a story almost lost to time. They called it the labyrinth. It was first described by Herodotus, the Greek historian, when he visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE. He expected wonders, but what he found shook him. He wrote, "It has 12 covered courts, 6 in a row facing north, 6 facing south, the gates of the one range exactly fronting the gates of the other. Inside, the building is of 2 stories and contains 3,000 rooms, of which half are underground. I viewed those above ground only, for the Egyptians in charge refused to let me see the underground chambers. saying there were the tombs of kings and sacred crocodiles. What I saw was beyond description. Herodotus, who had seen the pyramids, the Sphinx, and Babylon, claimed that the labyrinth surpassed them all. It was vast, more than 800 meters long. Its walls were lined with inscriptions. Its halls filled with pillars, columns, and sealed chambers. He said it was unforgettable, and yet the world forgot. Why? Because when the Greeks fell silent and Rome turned to dust, the labyrinth vanished. Literally, no trace remained on the surface. Other travelers mentioned it. Pliny the Elder, Strabo, Diodorus Siculus, all echoing Herodotus's awe. But they too walked away with nothing more than sketches and rumors. And so, for centuries, the labyrinth was dismissed as exaggeration. Myth, but myths have weight, and whispers linger in sand. In 1888, British archaeologist Flinders Petrie arrived in the region of Agora. He was chasing Herodotus's tail, and what he found beneath the sand stunned him. Traces of colossal walls, broken fragments of pillars, and slabs so precisely cut. They rivaled anything in Giza. He wrote that what he uncovered matched the ancient accounts. He believed the labyrinth was real, and yet the excavation was stopped, not for lack of interest, but because the entire site lay beneath the water table. Centuries of Nile flooding had turned the underground city into a submerged grave. Digging deeper would have required draining the region, an impossible task at the time. So Petrie marked the site, documented his findings, and moved on. The desert closed in once more, but the story refused to die. In the 2000s, a Belgian-Egyptian expedition known as the Mataha Project returned to Agora. Using ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic imaging, they scanned the area described by Herodotus and marked by Petrie. What they found was terrifyingly massive, anomalies stretching hundreds of meters, geometric patterns, right angles, hollow cavities deep underground. Their published report confirmed it. The data suggests the presence of a massive subterranean structure matching the description of the ancient labyrinth. And yet, the findings were suppressed. The Egyptian authorities halted further excavation. No explanations given. The radar data was removed from public view. To this day, many claim the labyrinth is being hidden, that its secrets, buried under meters of mud and politics, are too dangerous to reveal. And this brings us to the heart of the mystery. What could be buried beneath Agora that threatens the modern world? Some theorists believe the labyrinth was a library, not of scrolls, but of stone knowledge. A living archive of pre-dynastic history, carvings, symbols, artifacts older than Egypt itself, a blueprint of a time before time. Others whisper of burial vaults, sealed chambers containing mummies of beings not entirely human, the so-called serpent kings, or the pre-flood rulers mentioned in Egyptian king lists. And some believe the labyrinth isn't just a building, but a machine, a spiritual or astronomical mechanism, aligned with star systems, capable of unlocking altered states, or forbidden truths. Whatever the truth, it remains buried. Yet, sometimes late at night, when the winds shift over the sand, locals say they hear stone shifting, as if the halls beneath still breathe, as if the labyrinth is not dead, but sleeping. Waiting. For whom? For us? You stand at the edge of the ruins, wind in your ears, dust in your eyes, and a feeling, faint but certain, that beneath your feet something ancient stirs. It's not just history. It's something deeper. Memory. Because the labyrinth, if it exists as the ancients described, rewrites everything. Not just Egypt's past, but the very idea of what ancient means. Let's return to Herodotus. The man was not prone to wild invention. His records, while poetic, often align with what later archaeology confirms. And he was not the only one to describe the labyrinth. The Roman geographer Strabo claimed to have seen it too, centuries later. The structure is a work beyond all words. For if one brought together the buildings of the Greeks and displayed their joint efforts, they would seem lesser in comparison. He described columns of monolithic stone, ceilings of seamless slabs, and passageways designed to disorient. It was a maze in every sense. But also, he says, it was ordered. Beneath the confusion was a design. Could it have been more than just a tomb or temple? Could it have been a test, a symbolic journey, through darkness, through confusion, toward something higher? Initiation temples were common in later Egyptian and Greco-Roman mystery schools. To enter the inner sanctum, the initiate had to pass through stages of unknowing. Perhaps the labyrinth was the origin of this tradition, a place where you got lost so you could finally see. Now consider this: Egypt's king list, carved into the walls of temples like Abydos and Saqqara, tell us of rulers before the dynasties. Thousands of years before Pharaoh Nama united Upper and Lower Egypt, they speak of beings called the Shemsu Hor, the followers of Horus, part men, part gods. Scholars often brush this aside as myth. But what if these beings were real rulers, now lost to memory? What if the labyrinth was their legacy, a vault for a civilization that knew the Nile long before the pyramids? Let's go deeper. Underneath Hawara lies not just water, but mud brick, the traces of what Flinders Petrie believed to be a massive foundation. Some have speculated this was merely the funerary temple of Pharaoh Amenemhat, a 12th dynasty king, but the scale Petrie recorded doesn't match any known Egyptian temple. Walls hundreds of meters long, rooms that once stretched endlessly, fragments of statues taller than 2 men. Even the Great Pyramid temples never reached this scale, and yet here it lies, unmarked, unvisited, unexcavated. Why? Some point to the Mataha project, the 2008 expedition that scanned the Hawara region. Their radar clearly showed vast underground cavities, not random geology, but square geometry, lines that ran parallel, right angles impossible in nature. They tried to go public. Their findings were printed in Belgian academic journals, but when they requested permission to excavate, silence, no green light, no explanation. Their equipment was confiscated. The project ended. One team member, speaking anonymously, later said, "What we found could shake Egyptology to its foundation." So the question grows louder: what are they hiding? Is it simply preservation? A desire not to disturb delicate history? Or is it something else? Could the labyrinth contain knowledge that threatens modern timelines, that connects Egypt to older, forgotten cultures, or even whispers of advanced understanding, because the stones don't lie, and geometry doesn't forget? In 2015, leaked documents from a private expedition, sponsored by an unnamed foundation, hinted at something astonishing. They claimed access to a sealed chamber beneath Hawara. Inside, they wrote of slab, like stones covered in unknown symbols, not hieroglyphs, not Sumerian, something else. They were described as shimmering, almost metallic. But before any public evidence emerged, the documents disappeared. Websites shut down, accounts deleted. Were they hoaxes or warnings? We don't know. But the pattern is clear. The labyrinth speaks, and someone keeps closing the door. And yet, even without access, the myth continues to bleed into our modern world. Authors speculate. Documentaries whisper. Local legends breathe. Some believe the labyrinth is one of 7 ancient gates, sites across the world that anchor humanity to the past. Others believe it was a map, etched in architecture, of ancient Egypt's lost knowledge of the stars. A cosmic machine, its chambers aligned with constellations, its corridors designed to echo sound, its center a kind of power node. Not electrical, spiritual. Let's pause here. Imagine this: you descend into the earth. Torchlight flickers against polished stone. Each turn leads deeper. The air grows thick, heavy, not with dust, but with memory. Carvings on the wall, unreadable, but familiar. Symbols that stir something in your chest, something old. You pass statues, half eroded, but watching. Some look human, some don't. And then ahead, a chamber, still sealed, still silent, but humming. A resonance you feel more than hear, as if the stones remember your name. And now, you step closer. The chamber's air is warm, unnaturally so. Your hand brushes the door, stone, but smooth like glass. There's a scent too, faint but present. Not of rot, not of dust, but of something preserved. Inside, the chamber is quiet. No gold, no mummies, no curses scrawled in blood, just silence and knowledge, carved in every inch of stone, not in Egyptian, not in Greek, but in a script no one living understands. Swirls, angles, spirals that seem to move when you stare too long. A language for the eyes, but not the tongue. You're not the first here. And you won't be the last. But no one who enters the heart of the labyrinth ever leaves quite the same. So what does this mean for us? Why does a buried ruin from thousands of years ago matter? Because stories shape us, and the labyrinth is not just stone beneath sand. It's a metaphor, a reflection, a mirror of the human condition. Think of it, a place intentionally built to confuse, but also to test, to teach, to humble. You enter with confidence, you get lost, you wander, you panic. And then, if you're lucky, you find center. The labyrinth isn't just Egyptian, it's universal. Across the world, the same symbol appears. In Crete, the Palace of Knossos, a literal labyrinth, home of the Minotaur. In India, mandalas, circular paths to enlightenment. In the Hopi tradition, the Mother Earth, labyrinth symbolizing birth, death, and rebirth. In Celtic knots, in medieval cathedral floors, in the Nazca lines, the pattern repeats. Why? Because something inside us understands it. We know life is a maze. We know we're always searching for the center. And perhaps the ancients weren't building tombs or temples. They were building lessons. In stone. So why is the Egyptian labyrinth hidden? Why no museums? Why no tourist signs? Why no international campaigns to uncover it? Maybe because it challenges too much. Not just archaeology, but certainty. If the labyrinth exists as described, then Egypt's timeline is off. Then forgotten civilizations might have predated the pharaohs. Then stories like Atlantis, Lemuria, and Zep-Tepi gain credibility. And institutions don't like uncertainty, but history is nothing but uncertain. Still, the desert is patient. It keeps its secrets well, but not forever. Today, satellite imaging is clearer than ever. Private companies map the Earth down to centimeters. AI passes ground, penetrating radar in real time. One day soon, the truth beneath Hawara may rise. The sand will shift, the water will recede, and the stones will speak. What will they say? We don't know, but they've waited long enough. So tonight, as you drift to sleep, picture the labyrinth, not as ruin, but alive. Hear the footsteps echo down its halls. Feel the heat radiating off its ancient bricks. Smell the centuries packed into every chamber, and wonder who built it. Why? And who still walks its paths? Was it a prison, a tomb, a temple, or a gate? A gate to a time before memory. A gate we buried, not just in the sand, but in ourselves. But gates don't stay shut forever, and dreams, like rivers, always find a way through stone. So if tonight you find yourself walking endless corridors in your sleep, lost, looping, wandering toward some unseen center, don't fear. You're just back in Agora, back in the labyrinth. And perhaps, this time, you'll find the way out. Before Plato ever spoke of Atlantis, before satellite images stitched our world into pixels, before the Sahara became a desert of silence, there may have been a city. Not just any city, but a story whispered through ages, a civilization swallowed by time, a mystery that refuses to die. They called it Atlantis. But what if it wasn't under the sea at all? What if it's been hiding in plain sight? Welcome to the Eye of the Sahara. Known to locals as the Richard structure. From the ground, it's rock and dust and wind, but from above, a bullseye, a spiral, a memory pressed into the skin of the earth. A massive geological formation 40 kilometers across, etched into the desert near Ouaddain, Mauritania. For centuries, no one knew it was there. The endless dunes hid its shape. But when the first astronauts looked down from space, they saw something strange. A series of concentric circles, eroded but distinct, like ripples frozen in stone. And suddenly, the stories of Atlantis no longer felt so far away. Plato, writing in 360 BCE, said Atlantis was an island beyond the Pillars of Hercules, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. He described it as a ringed city, alternating circles of land and water, perfectly engineered, a marvel of symmetry, power, and beauty. He said it was the size of Libya and Asia combined, that it had mountains to the north, a vast fertile plain, and access to the sea, that it fell in a single day and night of catastrophe. Historians dismissed it as allegory, a metaphor for pride and punishment, a warning wrapped in fiction. But what if Plato didn't invent Atlantis? What if he remembered it, passed down through Egyptian priests to Solon, to Critias, to Plato, a memory of a real place? Misremembered, mistranslated, but real. And what if the Eye of the Sahara fits the map? Geologists say the eye was formed by erosion, not impact, layers of sedimentary rock lifted and peeled by time. But the layout, concentric circles of stone, remains eerily familiar. It's almost the exact size Plato described. It lies just beyond the Strait of Gibraltar. It has mountains to the north, rivers that once flowed across its plain. And artifacts have been found nearby. Tools, arrowheads, signs of settlement long forgotten. The area is inhospitable now, a furnace of heat and sand. But 10,000 years ago the Sahara was green, verdant, alive. Elephants roamed, cattle were herded. People lived, traded, dreamed, and maybe ruled. So here's the question. Did the Eye of the Sahara once cradle a civilization so advanced, so structured, that it became legend? Could its fall, through flood, fire, or shift in the earth, have birthed the myth of Atlantis? And if so, what did they leave behind? Because across the parched surface of the Sahara, clues are scattered like bones in the sand. Archaeologists working near the eye have uncovered hand axes from the Acheulean period, flint tools, traces of hearths, fossils of extinct species. But the deeper they dig, the more the desert resists. Sand swallows evidence, wind erases lines. Still, the eye endures. Some believe the eye may have been known to ancient cartographers. A 14th century map drawn by Angelino Dulcet depicts a large circular landform in West Africa, far from the sea, yet suspiciously similar in structure. Later, a 16th century map by Orontius Phineus shows a large island, just beyond the Strait of Gibraltar with circular geometry. Could these be remnants of older knowledge? Fragments of a pre-flood memory? In local folklore, stories persist of a lost city buried beneath the desert, a place of wealth and strange power, Nomads speak of strange magnetic fields, of animals that won't go near the eye. Legends describe a kingdom swallowed by the wrath of the gods. And then there's the geology. The sediment layers within the eye reveal something unexpected. Marine fossils. Shells of creatures that once lived at the bottom of a sea, now trapped in desert stone. Some geologists argue this proves the area was once submerged. Others say it simply speaks to the deep age of the earth. But for those chasing Atlantis, it's one more point on the map. Satellite imagery reveals ancient riverbeds, now dry, snaking toward the eye like veins to a heart. Could these once have been the navigable channels Plato spoke of? The routes through which ships entered the City of Rings. Some researchers, like Jimmy Cossetti and Randall Carlson, have proposed that a cosmic impact event around 12,000 years ago, known as the Younger Dryas Impact Hypothesis, could explain the sudden disappearance of advanced civilizations. They argue that the Sahara was once lush, fertile, and filled with life. Then came fire, floods, and silence. In this theory, the eye of the Sahara wasn't just a geological quirk. It was ground zero, a city vaporized, a memory shattered, a myth born. Could the layers of stone be all that's left? Could the absence of ruins speak louder than their presence? Consider this: the Great Pyramid of Giza, still standing; the Parthenon in Athens, partially intact; Machu Picchu, abandoned but visible; but Atlantis, gone. Unless we've been looking in the wrong place. Unless we expected temples and towers, but instead find patterns in the earth, wounds that time could not fully heal. The eye beckons not with glory, but with questions. Questions no sandstorm can bury forever. And so we stand, not on myth, but on possibility, looking down at the earth's forgotten spiral, wondering who built it, and who was lost inside. As the sun sets over the dunes of Mauritania, casting long golden shadows into the eye, we're left with something rare in this age of information: mystery. Not one of fantasy, but of potential. Perhaps Atlantis is not a singular place, but a memory shared across cultures. A trauma from the past etched into stone and myth alike, and perhaps the eye is a scar from that event. A circular reminder that even civilizations at their height can vanish without a trace. But what rises next from this lost world? In the next chapter, we journey east, to a city where the winds still whisper through crumbling columns, where skeletons lay in the streets as if frozen mid-conversation, a ghost city not claimed by the sea, but by silence. Prepare to descend into the ruins of Pompeii, where ash became preservation, and death became a doorway to the past. It was an ordinary summer day. The sun had risen early, casting golden rays across the cobbled streets of Pompeii. Birds sang above terracotta rooftops. Merchants lifted wooden stalls into place. Children chased each other past marble fountains, giggling barefoot through dust and shade. No one was afraid. Not yet. The air was warm, but no warmer than usual. The breeze from the Bay of Naples smelled of salt and figs. Olive groves shimmered under morning light. In the distance, Mount Vesuvius stood still, tall, green, unremarkable. A sleeping giant, or so they believed. Inside the villas, bronze lamps were extinguished. The day had begun. In the forum, senators gathered in togas, discussing grain prices and gladiator games. In the markets, women bartered for lemons, for garum, for honey cakes wrapped in fig leaves. Bakers kneaded dough in dark ovens. Artists painted mythological scenes on frescoed walls. Pompeii was alive. More than 11,000 souls called it home. It was a city of fountains and brothels, of poets and potters, of marble and mud. A Roman colony, proud and prosperous, nestled beneath the volcano's shadow. Its streets were paved, its walls thick with murals, its people wealthy, cultured, busy. They had no reason to worry. The dogs did. They barked in strange rhythms, howling at nothing. Some refused to eat. Others tried to run. Birds, too, disappeared. Horses grew restless. But the people didn't notice. Or if they did, they shrugged it off. Just another day in the empire. The 24th of August, 79 AD. The last morning Pompeii would ever know. But for now, no one knew that. A woman prepared her perfume, brushing oils through her dark hair. A boy chased a goat into a neighbor's garden. A slave stoked the fire beneath a bathhouse cistern. A girl sewed golden thread into her wedding veil. Life pulsed in every corner. And then a tremor, barely noticeable, a clink of pottery, a ripple in the water bowl. Nothing new. Pompeii had felt tremors before. Years earlier, in 62 AD, a massive quake had rattled the city, toppling temples and cracking statues. Since then, smaller rumbles came often. People were used to it. They didn't see it as a warning, but beneath the earth, pressure built. Molten rock surged upward. Vesuvius stirred. It happened just after midday. The sun was still high when the mountain exploded. No warning. No time to run. A deafening crack split the sky. Birds scattered in a panic. The ground shook. Not a tremor now, but a violent jolt. Roof tiles shattered. Statues toppled. Wine jugs crashed in shops. Dogs howled. People screamed. And then silence. Just for a breath. And then the sky turned black. A plume rose from the summit of Vesuvius, like a column of fire and ash, taller than anything anyone had ever seen. It billowed upward, twisting and stretching into the heavens, blotting out the sun. It looked like a pine tree. Pliny the Younger would later write, with branches of smoke branching outward. Ash began to fall. At first it was light, like snowflakes. People laughed nervously. Children danced, catching it in their hands. But soon it thickened, hotter, heavier. The wind shifted, carrying the ash straight toward Pompeii. By now some were fleeing, out the gates, toward the sea, up the roads to Herculaneum or inland to New Syria. But many stayed. They had lived through tremors before. They thought this too would pass. Shutters slammed closed. Doors were barred. Some huddled in cellars. Others climbed to rooftops to watch. They couldn't yet know they were already trapped. The ash fell faster now, blanketing everything in grey. It piled on rooftops. It clogged nostrils. It poisoned lungs. Horses panicked. Chickens flailed. The city grew darker by the hour. By mid-afternoon, you couldn't see the sun. Inside homes, people lit lamps at midday. The air turned sulphurous, choking acrid thick. Some prayed. Others packed jewelry, money, and small statues of household gods. But there was nowhere to go. The streets became impossible. The ash rose above the ankles, then knees. Every breath became a struggle. By evening, roofs collapsed under the weight. Buildings groaned. Arches cracked. Entire walls gave way, trapping families beneath stone and ash. Still the eruption roared. Lava didn't reach Pompeii, not directly. But something worse did. Pumice. Molten rock cooled in the air and fell like stones. Some chunks the size of fists, others like cannonballs. It crashed through tiles. It broke bones. It buried the sick, the old, the unlucky. And still Vesuvius had not finished. Night fell, but there was no darkness, only firelight. The mountain glowed. Lightning crackled inside the ash cloud, flashing orange and purple like a storm from another world. People cried for their gods. Mothers clutched children. Fathers dug through rubble with bare hands. A few escaped to the harbour, hoping for rescue by boat, but the sea had turned violent. Waves rose unnaturally. The sky heaved. Ships were tossed. Some who reached the coast found only chaos, no safe passage, only fire raining from the sky. And still, some remained inside their homes, trusting stone walls to protect them. They laid down, covering their mouths with cloth. Some clutched lovers. Others died alone. They thought it would be over by morning. They were wrong. The worst was yet to come. It was just after dawn on the second day, a moment when the sky might have brightened. But no sunrise came. The air was black. The ground was grey. Pompeii was silent, buried in meters of ash, roofs broken, streets unwalkable. Yet beneath collapsed beams and shattered columns, people still breathed. Some waited. Some prayed. Some hoped the worst was over. Then it came. A low roar from the mountain. Not like thunder, like the earth screaming. It wasn't lava or ash. It was something else entirely. A pyroclastic surge. A wall of superheated gas, ash, and rock, traveling faster than a galloping horse. Faster than a man could run. Hotter than any fire known to humankind. It wasn't fire. It was death in the form of wind. When the surge hit Pompeii, it erased everything in its path. The few survivors who had lived through the night, those hiding in cellars, crouching in temples, trapped beneath porches, never saw it coming. There was no time to run, no time to scream, just heat instant, unimaginable, unrelenting, skin seared in less than a second, bones cracked, brains boiled. People died frozen in their last gesture. Hands shielding faces, mothers holding infants, lovers wrapped around each other. Some still had jewelry on their wrists. Others had tools in hand. One woman clutched a golden necklace in her final breath. The surge didn't stop at one. It came in waves. 6 times Vesuvius sent another pulse, each hotter, faster, heavier. The city was no longer a city. It was a tomb. By midday, Pompeii was gone. Not ruined. Gone. A ghost beneath 20 feet of ash. A city silenced so completely that it disappeared from maps for nearly 700 years. Nature had done what no enemy could. It had erased a people, not slowly, but in a single day and night. Just as Plato had written of Atlantis. But this was no myth. This was real. For centuries no one spoke of Pompeii. The name faded. The roads that once led to it became overgrown, swallowed by vines and dust. Farmers unknowingly plowed their fields over its buried streets. Shepherds grazed goats where once marble statues stood. Even the volcano, for a while, returned to slumber. The story of the city, its people, its fall, was lost to time. Until the 18th century. It began with chance. In 1738, workers digging for the foundations of a summer palace near Naples stumbled upon walls. Strange, ancient, painted. They had unearthed parts of Herculaneum. 10 years later, a farmer in the town of Civita found marble fragments while planting trees. Curious, scholars came to investigate. What they found stunned the world. An entire city frozen in time, perfectly preserved beneath layers of ash. Frescoes intact, mosaics untouched, bread still sitting in ovens, chains still bolted to walls, graffiti still scrawled on bathhouse tiles, and bodies, dozens of them, locked in their final moment, faces twisted in agony. Children clutching parents, a dog curled and chained, caught mid-twist as it struggled to break free. These were not bones, they were casts. When the volcanic ash encased the bodies, their flesh decayed, but left behind a hollow. Archaeologists filled those voids with plaster, capturing the exact shape of the people who had died. Their last breath, their final movement, their suffering, preserved forever in white, and with them came voices. Pompeii wasn't just a ruin, it was a memory made tangible, a moment paused mid-breath. As the city was excavated, brick by brick, courtyard by courtyard, a clearer picture emerged. Pompeii had been vibrant, cosmopolitan, alive with art and laughter and desire. Its people were merchants, poets, blacksmiths, senators, dancers. They celebrated. They argued. They built temples. They wrote poetry. They made love. They lived. Their graffiti spoke like whispers from the walls. I was here. I drank too much. Beware of the dog. Eros made me do it. Don't trust Decimus. He lies. And beneath those cheeky messages were murals of gods and goddesses, of myths and legends, of dreams and fears. This wasn't just a Roman city. It was a mirror of us. Pompeii teaches more than history. It teaches impermanence. It reminds us that greatness doesn't guarantee survival. That in a moment, a vibrant world can go silent, and that beneath dust and time, the human story endures. Today millions walk its ruins. They step through doorways untouched for 2,000 years. They sit in theatres where Romans once laughed. They run fingers over chariot grooves etched in stone roads. They look into plaster faces. Faces that once felt sun, tasted wine, whispered secrets, and wonder, what were you thinking in that final moment? Were you afraid? Were you hoping? Or had you already accepted? And as the veil of ash lifts, we too must lift our gaze. Because while Pompeii reminds us of death, it also reminds us of life, its colours, its laughter, its flaws, its art, and so we leave its haunted streets behind, only to find ourselves asking, what other cities lie buried beneath time? What secrets sleep beneath dust? And when the earth trembles again, will we listen? It rises like a dream in the heart of Beijing, walled in red, roofed in gold, rooted in myth. For 5 centuries it stood untouched by the outside world. A city inside a city, a fortress for emperors, a labyrinth of secrets. They called it the Forbidden City. But it wasn't just forbidden to commoners. It was forbidden to time itself. Within its walls, dynasties rose and fell. Concubines whispered. Eunuchs plotted. Emperors ruled like gods. Yet outside the world changed, and still the Forbidden City stood, unmoving, unreadable, unknowable. To enter was to step not just into a palace, but into another reality. One ruled by silence, ritual, and shadow. Its origins stretch back to the Ming dynasty. The year was 1406. The Yongle Emperor, 3rd ruler of the Ming, ordered a new capital. He wanted it grander than anything China had ever seen. More divine, more eternal. A center not just of power, but of heaven itself. It would take over 1 million workers, decades of labor. Materials brought from across the empire, timber from the jungles of Sichuan, marble from the quarries of Fangshan, and bricks fired in ovens so precise they'd still hold their shape 600 years later. What emerged was a city of symmetry. Nearly 1,000 buildings, 90 palace quarters, over 8,000 rooms, built entirely according to cosmic alignment. Every hall, every corridor, every gate, placed according to Feng Shui and the divine pattern of the heavens. The walls stretched nearly 30 feet high. The moat ran 170 feet across. At the heart of it all, the Hall of Supreme Harmony, where emperors were crowned, where dragons coiled across the ceiling, where heaven and earth were believed to meet. But the Forbidden City was more than geometry. It was theatre. Every movement inside had meaning, from how many steps an emperor took, to which gate he entered, to which colours he wore. Everything meant something. Everything revealed and concealed power, and no one walked freely. Life inside the Forbidden City was like breathing under water, beautiful, silent, pressure everywhere. Thousands lived within its walls, but few ever left. The emperor's concubines, some just girls, entered through gilded gates and never returned to the world outside. Some were favoured, others forgotten. Whispers echoed through their quarters of rivalry, of betrayal, of poison hidden in hairpins. They weren't just lovers. They were pawns in a game of lineage and favor, each hoping for the ultimate reward, to bear a son, to mother an emperor. But the silence of the harem wasn't always peaceful. Some disappeared. Some were found, their faces painted one last time in death. And then there were the eunuchs. Men who had given up everything to serve in the emperor's shadow. They kept secrets. They moved quietly. They rose in ranks. Some became more powerful than generals. They knew the corridors no one else dared walk. They lit the lamps, managed the scrolls, watched the food, controlled access to the dragon throne. Some served faithfully. Others became whispers of fear, spies, poisoners, kingmakers. To cross a eunuch was to risk your name or your life. The Forbidden City wasn't ruled by one man. It was ruled by an invisible network of alliances and daggers. And always the emperor remained at its center. Distant, untouchable, the Son of Heaven. That was his title. Not king, not president, not ruler, the Son of Heaven. Chosen not by vote or blood alone, but by divine mandate. His throne was the pivot between heaven and earth. When he sat beneath the golden roof, beneath the gaze of dragons carved in jade, he was more than mortal. He was destiny. And yet, he was often a child. Some emperors ascended the throne at age 6. Others were manipulated by regents, their mother, or palace factions. They were dressed in dragon robes and made to perform rituals before they understood their meaning. Some were strong-willed. Others went mad. One emperor spent days hidden in secret rooms, painting erotic murals on silk walls. Another turned the palace into a garden of animals and rarely held court. And then there were the emperors who ruled with cruelty, who executed ministers on a whim, who demanded silence from a city already drowned in it. But even emperors are not immune to time. The Ming dynasty gave way to the Qing. The Manchu banners replaced Han robes. But the Forbidden City remained. The rituals changed. But the silence stayed. The Forbidden City became a stage where actors changed costumes. But the play never ended. Until the guns came. Until the emperors fled. Until revolution swept the empire away. In 1912, the last emperor of China, Puyi, was forced to abdicate. He was 6 years old, the same age as some of the emperors before him. The Forbidden City, for the first time in 500 years, was no longer forbidden, but it didn't die. It waited. The revolution outside the Forbidden City came like distant thunder. For those inside, the world hadn't changed. Not yet. The walls still stood. The palace still gleamed. The dragons still watched from their golden rafters. But the dragon throne was empty. Puyi, China's last emperor, was no longer Son of Heaven. He was now just a child in exile, except he didn't leave. Not right away. A strange arrangement was made by diplomats, warlords, and opportunists. Pai would remain within the Forbidden City, allowed to live in a sealed section of the palace as a guest, not a ruler. As a remnant, not a monarch. The outer gates were sealed to him. His staff was trimmed, his guards disarmed. But within his walled bubble, Puyi still lived in a fantasy of power. He performed rituals. He wore dragon robes. He issued orders to servants, even though they no longer mattered. Outside, a republic was forming. Inside, the past was playing pretend. Puyi's world became smaller each year. No parades, no court meetings, no provinces to rule, just echoes. His schooling was handled by foreign tutors. One of them, Reginald Johnston, a Scottish academic, tried to prepare the young emperor for the modern world. He taught him English, politics, technology. Puyi grew curious, then rebellious. He cut his hair in the Western style. He wore glasses. He learned to ride a bicycle through the palace corridors. At night, he wandered the gardens like a ghost of his own dynasty. Sometimes he'd climb onto the rooftops and stare beyond the walls, beyond the red paint, beyond the past, into the future he would never fully enter. In 1924, the curtain finally closed. The warlord Feng Yuxiang, tired of the costly arrangement, forced Pui to leave. The forbidden city was emptied, not by invaders, not by fire, but by silence. For the first time in 500 years, no emperor lived behind those walls. The palace that had been the beating heart of China for centuries became a hollow monument. But empires don't die quietly. Pui fled Beijing and later reappeared, in the most unlikely of places. In 1932, with Japanese support, he became the puppet ruler of Manchukuo, a state carved from northeastern China. Once again, he wore a crown. But this time, it was made of shadow. The Japanese used him as a symbol, a living relic of imperial China, to legitimize their conquest. Pui was paraded, photographed, displayed, but not obeyed. He signed papers he didn't write, spoke words he didn't believe, and lived in palaces that weren't his. By World War II's end, the illusion shattered again. Captured by Soviet forces, Pui was sent to a labor camp. Then, years later, returned to China, no longer an emperor, not even a prisoner, just a gardener. A humble man sweeping leaves in Beijing, living in an apartment, buying his own vegetables. Back inside the forbidden city, a different transformation was underway. It had survived war, occupation, neglect. But now it was reimagined, no longer a palace, a museum. The Palace Museum, home to one of the greatest collections of imperial art and artifacts in the world. Silk scrolls, bronze urns, jade seals, thrones, portraits, weapons, diaries, jewels. More than 1 million pieces of China's history catalogued and preserved, but more than relics. There were secrets. Beneath the palatial floors were tunnels, some built for escape, others for espionage. Hidden chambers were discovered, sealed rooms that hadn't been opened in centuries. Some filled with forgotten furniture, others with scrolls never read. One room was found to be sealed with wax. Inside, a collection of erotic art hidden by a Qing emperor, depicting forbidden fantasies with painstaking detail. Another room contained the preserved clothing of imperial concubines, silk robes that still carried traces of perfume, embroidery so fine it could only be stitched under candlelight. In the Hall of Mental Cultivation, scientists uncovered ancient recipes for medicine, herbal compounds and spiritual instructions meant to prolong life. Many were deadly, some eerily accurate. Yet the real treasure wasn't gold. It was silence. The kind of silence that held stories. Stories not found in books. Stories whispered through corridors. Of a eunuch who fed stray cats behind the kitchens, then vanished one winter, only to be found mummified in a disused attic, clutching a sealed imperial document. Of a young servant who claimed to have seen the ghost of an empress pacing her old bedchamber. His story was laughed off, until historians found scratches on the wall in a language long forgotten. Of strange lights seen in the roofed courtyards on moonless nights. Of melodies heard from behind walls, when no instruments were present. Was it haunting, or memory? In a city so layered with time, who can say? Even now, the Forbidden City keeps secrets. Every few years, a new section is restored, reopened, revealed. Beneath layers of dust, paintings come back to life. Under floorboards, bones are found. In royal archives, journals are translated. But for every question answered, 10 more are born. The Forbidden City was never truly dead. It was only asleep, a sleeping dragon. But as the 21st century dawned, and China rose once more, the dragon stirred, not with war, not with emperors, but with restoration and revelation. Across the 178 acres of the Forbidden City, scaffolding rose like skeletons. Conservators in white gloves moved like monks, dusting, brushing, breathing life back into silk and stone. Every doorway was measured, every beam scanned, every faded mural slowly coaxed back into color. It wasn't just preservation, it was resurrection, and the scale was staggering. From carved balustrades to golden roof tiles, the work was meticulous. Craftsmen relearned lost techniques. Glazes once made with fire and blood were reproduced with modern chemistry. Architectural joints, constructed without nails, were studied for their earthquake resistance. It was as if time itself was being rewound. But this time, it wasn't for emperors. It was for the people. For the first time in its 600-year history, the Forbidden City was being opened to all. Corridors once walked by dragon-robed sons of heaven now echoed with footsteps of tourists and schoolchildren. Foreign languages drifted past marble lions. Selfies flashed beneath vermilion gates. And yet, something sacred remained. Despite the crowds, despite the noise, the silence of the place lingered, as if the walls themselves remembered. And then came the machines. LiDAR, 3D mapping, AI restoration. Digital archaeologists scanned every inch of the complex. They built a virtual twin of the Forbidden City, accurate down to the millimeter. Rooms that had collapsed in past centuries were reconstructed digitally. Paintings faded to near invisibility were restored with color prediction models. Even old documents, too brittle to touch, were decoded with spectral imaging. The result: a Forbidden City not only restored, but understood. For the first time, historians could simulate the daily life of the court, the movement of shadows across the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the acoustics of imperial ceremonies, the choreography of thousands of servants moving like clockwork, and the geometry. That's where things became strange, because the Forbidden City isn't just a line to the north. It's a line to the cosmos. Every axis, every courtyard, every hall, placed with astronomical precision. At the winter solstice, the sun rises in line with the meridian gate. At the spring equinox, shadows fall in harmony with roof edges. The palace mirrors the celestial order, the idea that the emperor was not just ruler of China, but a node in the divine mechanism of the universe. It wasn't just architecture. It was cosmology carved in stone, a 3D model of the heavens. Modern scholars are still trying to decode the full symbolic language of the layout. Some believe the 9 dragon walls represent stages of reincarnation. Others suggest the number of rooms, 9999, was meant to avoid perfection, as only heaven itself could hold 10,000. Still others point to the positioning of guardian statues, water channels, and decorative motifs as hidden maps of spiritual passage. Was the Forbidden City just a palace, or a machine for divination? In recent years, Chinese historians uncovered a scroll tucked deep within the imperial archives. A celestial almanac not seen for centuries. It outlined rituals for sensing imperial governance with planetary motion, instructions for what colors to wear based on the moon, and a final page depicting an eclipse dated the same week an emperor vanished from records. Coincidence or conspiracy? As digital tools continue to probe the Forbidden City's secrets, even more mysteries unfold. Thermal imaging has revealed heat signatures beneath certain courtyards, hints of buried chambers. Acoustic modeling has shown that whispers in one end of the hall of mental cultivation can be heard 50 feet away, suggesting intentional design for eavesdropping or surveillance. And a 600-year-old map, recently digitized, shows a secret corridor bypassing 3 layers of palace defenses. Why? No one knows. But perhaps the greatest revelation is cultural. Because the Forbidden City is no longer just China's past. It's becoming part of its future. Virtual reality tours, immersive apps for students, augmented reality overlays where ancient processions come alive through a phone screen. Even a digitally animated emperor now guides museum visitors through palace history. And as China asserts itself on the global stage, it's using the Forbidden City as more than heritage. It's using it as narrative. A symbol that the empire never truly ended. It evolved, and its heart still beats. The Forbidden City today is a paradox. Open to millions, yet shrouded in legend. Digitally scanned, yet spiritually untouched. Fully mapped, but not fully known. There are still rooms locked, still stories untold, still corners untouched by light. Because the Forbidden City was never just a place. It was an idea. That some powers are too sacred for the common world. That some silences are louder than any anthem. That within symmetry lies mystery. And within walls a world. Before the ash fell. Before the fire rained from the heavens. Before time stood still. There was laughter. Children chased dogs through cobbled streets. Vendors shouted prices beneath striped awnings. Wine spilled freely in taverns warmed by Mediterranean sun. And behind every carved doorway, life beat with rhythm and ritual. Pompeii was alive. Not as a ruin, not as a lesson, but as a city of joy and indulgence. One that never saw its end coming. The year was 79 AD. And for most of Pompeii's 11,000 residents, it was just another summer morning. The markets bustled with trade, fresh figs, garum sauce, olive oil, bronze trinkets. The bathhouses steamed. The brothels opened early. The temples filled with whispered prayers to Venus, Apollo, Jupiter. To live in Pompeii was to live on the edge of paradise. Rich volcanic soil fed lush vineyards. The Bay of Naples sparkled like a polished gem, and looming gently in the background, its slopes green and serene, was Mount Vesuvius. Sleeping, or so they believed. No one knew that beneath the vineyards and villas, pressure was building, that magma was rising, that tremors were warnings, not quirks of the earth. 17 years earlier, in 62 AD, a massive earthquake had rocked the region, cracking walls, toppling statues, disrupting the aqueducts. The city began to rebuild, but in the background, subtle changes continued. Animals fled, wells dried, fountains sputtered with sulfur, and still life went on. Because Pompeii was a city of appetites. A city that feasted, flirted, gambled, and dreamed. Never imagining that the gods might be watching or waiting. What made Pompeii special wasn't just its art or its architecture. It was its intimacy. We know what they ate. We know how they laughed. We know who they loved. Graffiti still clings to its walls like whispers. Gaius loves Julia. I screwed the barmaid here. Fortune favors the brave. There are doodles in charcoal, political slogans, jokes carved beside urinals. Even shopping lists survive, scribbled in haste before a dinner party that would never happen. The homes were works of art. Frescoed walls burst with color crimson, ochre, sea, blue. Mythological scenes wrapped around dining rooms, mosaics paved entrance halls. Fish, dogs, philosophers, gods. The wealthy lived in villas with gardens open to the sky. The poor in cramped apartments above shops. But all drank from the same fountains. All walked the same narrow streets, and all faced the same fate. On the morning of August 24th, or possibly October 24th, as some evidence now suggests, there was no explosion, no siren, no warning cry from the gods, just a shudder, a low groan from the bowels of the earth. Then silence. Then the sky cracked open. A column of ash and gas shot 10 miles high, so fast, so violently, that it displaced the air like a sonic boom. People looked up, confused. Then, terrified, within minutes, ash began to fall like snow. Not white, but grey, choking, searing. It coated rooftops, clogged throats, blinded eyes. Still, many stayed. Why wouldn't they? Pompeii had stood through earthquakes, floods, riots. This was just another tantrum from the gods. They would sweep their porches, cover their mouths, and ride it out. But this was different, because the ash did not stop. Hours passed. By late afternoon, rooftops began to collapse. People crowded into cellars, hoping to wait it out. Dogs were left tied in courtyards. Parents clutched their children and prayed. But Vesuvius was only beginning. That night, pyroclastic surges, superheated waves of gas and ash, raced down the mountain at 100 miles per hour. They didn't burn, they vaporized. Stone walls crumbled, bodies curled in final spasms of agony. Life ended mid-breath. Some people were caught running. Others crouched in corners. One man held his wife. A baker died beside his still, warm oven. A child was found frozen in sleep, as if the nightmare hadn't reached him yet. When the dawn came, there was no city. Just a grey silence. No birds. No voices. No gods. Pompeii had vanished, but it hadn't died. It had been sealed, perfectly preserved by tragedy, immortalized by disaster, and for nearly 700 years it slept beneath layers of ash, waiting, until one day the world found it again. They weren't looking for a city. In 1748, when Spanish engineers began digging through the volcanic soil near Naples, they were searching for underground water channels, a way to irrigate the royal estates. What they found instead was time. At first, it didn't make sense. Walls appeared, perfectly preserved, murals in shocking color, bronze statues still gleaming beneath layers of dust. Then came the inscriptions, Pompeiani, and the coins, and the skeletons. The realization dawned slowly, like the first crack of sunlight after eclipse. This wasn't just any Roman town. It was Pompeii. Frozen, intact. A city locked in the moment of its death. Unlike most ancient ruins, Pompeii hadn't been eroded by time or conquest. It hadn't been looted. It hadn't been weathered into sand. It had been sealed. Ash, fine as flour, had formed a cocoon around every object. Airless, soundless, timeless. Tables were still set. Loaves still sat in ovens, carbonized but whole. Ink bottles lay open beside unfinished letters. Even a dog, caught mid-twist, choking on its chain, had left behind a perfect cast in the ash. It was not just archaeology. It was resurrection, and the world was stunned. Painters came to capture the colors. Poets wrote of lost beauty. Even Napoleon sent artists to sketch its streets. The deeper they dug, the more they uncovered a paradox. A city of decadence caught mid-collapse. A world of luxury and death. Some rooms shocked 18th century sensibilities. Erotic frescoes lined the walls of brothels. Phallic symbols decorated homes and businesses, symbols of luck and fertility. One statue, now infamous, showed a man and a goat in a position too explicit for museums at the time. The Vatican quietly ordered some rooms sealed. They were too real, too honest, too human. But Pompeii would not stay quiet. As excavation accelerated in the 19th and 20th centuries, a clearer picture of life emerged. Shops. Nearly every home had a street facing business. Bakers, butchers, launderers. Stone mills were still in place. Charcoal was found in cooking pots. Wine jars still bore the chalk prices of the day's sale. Houses. The elite lived in courtyard villas with impluviums, central pools to catch rainwater. Mosaics greeted guests with Latin greetings, salve, welcome eat. One mosaic, in a wealthy merchant's home, famously read, save canem. The beware of the dog, with an image of a snarling hound. Theatres and arenas. Pompeii had 2 amphitheatres, one large enough for 20,000 spectators. There were gladiator barracks, animal cages, and betting slips. Temples worship was a daily affair. Altars stood to Venus, Jupiter, Isis, reflecting both Roman and foreign influences. Incense burners and votive offerings were found mid-use. Graffiti walls became the newspapers of the day. Campaign slogans, gossip, even insults. I screwed the barmaid. Celadus the Thracian makes the girls moan. Chios was here. It was a city alive with sound and sin, with ambition and argument. And then, nothing. The most haunting discoveries were the bodies, or rather, the spaces they left behind. Giuseppe Firelli, a 19th-century archaeologist, had a revolutionary idea. When he found voids in the ash shaped like humans, he poured in plaster. The results, horrifying, beautiful, intimate. A woman curled around a child, a man shielding his face. Two lovers entwined, a dog twisted in its final scream. They weren't sculptures, they were people, caught in the act of dying, but frozen in the fullness of life. These casts told stories that bones could not. One revealed a man with a coin pouch clutched to his chest. He had tried to flee with his fortune. Another showed a pregnant woman who collapsed at the threshold of her home. A group of 13 were found in a wine cellar, huddled in terror, their mouths open mid-scream. Each form was a moment, a breath, a decision, a loss. But Pompeii wasn't just tragedy, it was data. Over funds 100 bodies have been recovered, hundreds of buildings mapped, thousands of artifacts catalogued. And in those details, scholars saw patterns. Dietary evidence showed a mix of rich and poor diets. Bread, olives, fish, figs, dormice stuffed with pine nuts. Water pipes revealed a complex municipal system. Lead, yes, but ingeniously laid out. Even the city's layout followed Roman planning logic. Cardo and decumanous streets intersecting at right angles. Forum at the center. Temples aligned to solstices. Pompeii was not backward, it was modern. Urban, organized. And yet, for all the clarity Pompeii offers, questions linger. Why didn't more people flee? Why weren't they warned? Some researchers now believe Vesuvius gave off signs. Smoke, rumblings, sulfur smells. But perhaps it had happened so often, people stopped caring. Normalcy bias, they call it. The belief that things will always stay the same, even when the mountain grows. And here lies Pompeii's power. It's not just a city in ruin, it's a mirror of us. Because like us, they worked. They loved. They joked. They ignored warning signs. And then they were gone. August 24th, 79 AD. At approximately 100 p.m., Mount Vesuvius ruptured the sky. But it didn't explode all at once. Instead, it followed a precise, terrifying timeline, one that modern volcanology has carefully reconstructed through geology, forensics, and the position of human remains. And this timeline tells us not just how Pompeii died, but why so many never had a chance to escape. How wanting the column rises, it began with a boom, deep, unnatural, echoing across the Bay of Naples. A column of ash, steam, and gas shot into the sky, more than 20 kilometers high. Darkness followed, not just from clouds, but from the ash that began falling like black snow. At first, it was fine, flakes no larger than pepper grains. But within minutes, the weight grew, roofs sagged, eyes burned, people wrapped scarves over their mouths. The city dimmed to twilight. Some fled immediately, those with horses, carts, or a sense of unease. Others stayed, confused. They'd seen eruptions before. They didn't know this one was different. Our 14 roofs collapse, ashfall accelerated, nearly 15 km per hour. By sunset, roofs of light construction, like those of workshops or poor homes, began to buckle. Debris filled the streets. Cries rang out. Some tried to dig. Others took shelter indoors, trusting stone walls. But Vesuvius wasn't finished, because what came next was fire. Tanvi, the pyroclastic surge just after midnight, Vesuvius entered its deadliest phase. The eruption column collapsed. Like a pillar too heavy to hold itself, it crumbled, sending pyroclastic surges hurtling down the mountainside. Imagine a wall of gas, ash and pulverized rock, 1,000 degrees C, moving at 100 km. Nothing could outrun it. Nothing could survive it. Herculaneum, closer to the volcano, was hit first. There, families who had gathered in both houses by the sea, hoping for rescue, were incinerated instantly. Skulls cracked from steam pressure. Bones shattered mid-scream. Pompeii, further away, was struck an hour later. By then, many were already dead from collapse, from suffocation. But those who remained, they didn't feel heat. They were hit by a wave of force so intense, their lungs burst before they could scream. By morning silence, the sun rose over a graveyard of ash. Pompeii no longer existed on the surface. Only its ghost remained, buried beneath 6 meters of volcanic debris. Vesuvius itself fell quiet, its fury spent, its warning delivered. Legacy of fire, and yet. What should have been a final chapter became an introduction, because Pompeii's destruction became a gift to the future. A time capsule. An archaeological miracle. A lesson written in dust. Volcano science reborn. The study of Vesuvius reshaped volcanology. Every layer of ash told a story, of wind direction, gas chemistry, eruption stages. Scientists used it to build models predicting future eruptions. Today, Vesuvius is one of the most monitored volcanoes in the world. Seismometers, satellites, gas sensors, all whisper the same question. Will it erupt again? The answer, yes. But no one knows when. Urban Lessons in Ash Pompeii has become a model, not just for archaeology, but for urban planning and disaster response. Its grid layout, plumbing, and zoning laws show surprising sophistication. Its failure to evacuate in time has inspired emergency systems across the globe, from Japan's tsunami drills to California's wildfire response. And its remains speak. They remind us that no technology can defeat nature. Only humility and readiness. The human mirror, but more than science, more than architecture. Pompeii haunts because it is us. We recognize the graffiti, the flirtation, the banter between shopkeepers, the names carved on walls. We recognize the distractions, elections, markets, theater gossip, taking attention away from the mountain looming above. And we recognize the denial. Even today, cities sit in danger zones, below volcanoes, on fault lines, beside oceans rising too fast. The lesson of Pompeii is not fear, it's awareness. A city can vanish in a day, but a memory carved into ash can last forever. From Pompeii to the next mystery, and yet, as we leave the crumbled streets of Pompeii behind, another whisper calls to us. Not from Italy, not from Europe at all, but from deep within the jungles of Cambodia, where stone towers pierce the canopy, where roots strangle forgotten temples, where an empire vanished without a single word. In our next chapter we travel to Angkor, a city of gods and kings, of canals and cosmic maps, of mysteries still buried beneath the jungle floor. Where did the Khmer go? And what did they leave behind in stone? Stay with us as we step into the shadows of Angkor Wat. Long before the Eiffel Tower rose in steel, long before the Great Wall stretched across China, and even before Columbus set sail across the Atlantic, there stood a city so vast, so intricate, and so godlike in ambition, that even today, satellites struggle to capture its full breadth. Its name, Angkor. Its crown, Angkor Wat. But what if Angkor was more than a city? What if it was a map of the cosmos carved into earth itself? We begin not in stone, but in shadow. Thick jungle vines wind around carved faces. Roots snake down crumbling towers. Cicadas scream in the still air. And beneath it all, silence. The kind of silence that holds secrets. The kind of silence where gods once walked. This is Cambodia. This is the ancient empire of the Khmer. A hidden giant for centuries, Angkor was forgotten by the world. Lost beneath overgrowth, eclipsed by time. A myth spoken of in old scrolls, but doubted. Until one day in the 19th century, a French explorer named Henry Mouhot stumbled through the jungle and froze. Before him stood a temple taller than Notre Dame, carved entirely in stone. Walls covered in dancing apsaras, celestial nymphs. Corridors etched with epics longer than the Iliad. He wrote in his journal, "It is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome." The world gasped, because Angkor wasn't just a temple. It was the capital of the largest pre-industrial city on Earth. The empire behind the stone. At its height in the 12th century, Angkor was home to nearly 1 million people. 1 million. When London was still a muddy riverside town, Angkor had highways, reservoirs, and multi-tiered temples that aligned with the stars. The Khmer Empire stretched across what is now Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam, and at its heart stood a city of gods and kings. But unlike other empires built on conquest, Angkor was built on water, the hydraulic civilization. The Khmer weren't just architects. They were engineers. They carved canals so wide they could divert rivers. They dug reservoirs called barrays, some over 5 kilometers long. They designed a grid of moats and channels that controlled floods, irrigated rice, and cooled temples. This wasn't random. It was intentional, sacred. Water wasn't just survival. It was cosmology. The moats mirrored the oceans of Hindu mythology. The central towers mirrored Mount Meru, the home of the gods. Even the layout of the city followed the stars. This was not urban planning. This was sacred geometry on a scale the world had never seen. Angkor Wat Temple, or Star Map. At the center of this empire stood Angkor Wat. Not just a temple, a symbol, a timekeeper, a cosmic machine. Its 5 towers represent the 5 peaks of Mount Meru. Its walls are aligned with solstices and equinoxes. Its bas-reliefs tell the story of gods and demons, heaven and hell. Every inch was calculated. Even the rising sun on the spring equinox shines directly through its main tower, illuminating the inner sanctum in golden fire. To the Khmer, this was not architecture. It was invocation. The inverted city, but here's the twist. Angkor Wat is unique. Unlike other Khmer temples, it faces west, toward the setting sun. Some scholars believe it was built as a funerary temple. Others think it reflects the path of Vishnu, the god of preservation. Still others whisper of darker meanings, of a city designed not for the living, but for the dead. Because beneath the beauty, there's a sense of mystery. Who ordered its construction? Why does no inscription mention it? And how did they build it? Stone without a quarry. The sandstone blocks used in Angkor's temples weigh up to 500 kilograms each. Millions of them. Yet the nearest quarry lies over 50 kilometers away. There were no cranes, no wheels, no draft animals, and still they moved mountains. Recent studies suggest the blocks were floated down canals on rafts. But some of the angles, the carvings, the weight distribution, even modern engineers struggle to replicate it. And then there's the speed. Some temples appear to have been constructed in less than 2 decades, something experts call logistically impossible for that time, unless they had help, unless they knew something we don't. God, kings, and divine mandates. The rulers of Angkor didn't call themselves emperors. They called themselves Devaraja, God, kings. Each king was not just sovereign, but divine, chosen by the heavens, his duty to mirror the celestial order on earth. That's why every new king built a new temple, mountain, a new cosmic axis. But this divine ambition came at a cost. Temples grew larger, demands increased, rice harvests became religion, and over time the system strained. A whisper of collapse by the 15th century, Angkor fell silent, not with fire, not with war, but with drought, then flood, then drought again. The delicate hydraulic system, built over centuries, collapsed under climate chaos. The jungle crept back in. The gods went quiet, and the city was swallowed whole. When the Thai armies arrived in 1431, they found only ruins. Angkor's time had ended, but its mystery had just begun. The jungle had reclaimed its prize. For centuries, Angkor lay forgotten, choked by vines and shadow. Travelers passed nearby, hearing stories from villagers, legends of temples eaten by trees, of stone towers with faces, of a god's city lost in time. But few believed them. It was too fantastic, too mythical. Surely such a place, if it ever existed, had long crumbled to dust. But Angkor did not crumble. It simply waited. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, archaeologists returned with new tools. Not machetes, not shovels, but lasers. From the sky, aircraft swept over the Cambodian jungle, beaming down pulses of light. This technology, LIDAR, pierced the green canopy, stripping away trees in the data to reveal what lay hidden beneath. What the lasers saw was staggering. Angkor wasn't a collection of temples. It was a city, a vast, interconnected metropolis stretching over 1,000 square kilometers. Roads, dams, canals, neighborhoods, it had suburbs, it had zoning, it had traffic patterns. The city had been invisible, not because it vanished, but because it was too big to see. And then came the revelation that changed everything. What we call Angkor Wat was just a temple. The true heart of the Khmer Empire lay just north of it, Angkor Thom. This was the royal city, surrounded by 8-meter-high walls, encircled by a moat, entered through gates guarded by gods and demons, tugging a mythical serpent. Within its borders stood the Bayon, an enigmatic temple adorned with over 200 massive stone faces, all smiling with an expression no one has ever fully explained. Some say they are faces of the Buddha. Others insist they depict the king himself, watching over his people, watching forever. This king, Jayavarman the Seer, was different from those who came before. He was a Mahayana Buddhist in a lineage of Hindu monarchs. He built more than any king in Angkor's history: hospitals, roads, monasteries, temples. He imagined an empire not just as a mirror of the cosmos, but as a refuge for the suffering. And yet, something changed in his final years. His last temples were more austere, their faces more stern. Perhaps the weight of empire had settled on his shoulders. Or perhaps he sensed what was coming. Angkor was at its zenith, but the cracks had begun. A drought arrived, then a flood. The hydraulic systems, once the marvel of Southeast Asia, strained under the pressure. Reservoirs dried. Rice yields fell. Political unrest simmered. Climate patterns shifted. The monsoon failed. A people who had depended on perfect water control now faced a new kind of chaos, one they couldn't engineer their way out of. And then they left, not all at once, not in flames or blood, but gradually, quietly. The capital moved south. The temples were no longer maintained. The canals clogged with silt. The jungle grew bold. It's one of the greatest mysteries in archaeology. How does a city of 1 million people vanish? There are no epic battles recorded, no invading armies described, no mass graves, just a slow exhale, as if the gods had packed their bags and slipped away in the night. Yet the people never forgot. Local Khmer kept the stories alive. Pilgrims still visited Angkor Wat. Buddhist monks whispered prayers into the stone. Even as vines split walls and fig trees swallowed shrines, memory persisted. Angkor became not a ruin, but a relic, a symbol of power once held and wisdom once known. And then something stranger emerged. As scholars studied the layout of Angkor, they noticed a pattern. The city's axes aligned with celestial events. The positions of temples mirrored constellations. The temple grid echoed the stars of the Draco constellation. Reservoirs corresponded to equinox alignments. Angkor was a clock, a cosmic calendar, not just built for worship, but for synchronization with the heavens, with time itself. The faces on the bayon, always facing the cardinal directions, the central towers of temples, placed not by convenience, but by sky charts. It was as if the Khmer were building, not just for the earth, but for something beyond it. What knowledge did they possess? How did they chart the skies with such precision? Were these celestial blueprints passed down through priests, kings? Or were they remembering something older, something inherited? Some believe the knowledge came from India, carried by waves of Hindu influence. Others suggest the Khmer discovered it themselves, through generations of stargazing and sacred math, and some whisper a wilder theory, that Angkor was not inspired by the stars, but built to summon them. There are carvings, deep within the temple sanctums, of chariots drawn by winged creatures, of serpent staircases leading to other realms, of gods descending on beams of light. To the faithful, these were metaphors. To others, perhaps, they were blueprints. Even today, some claim to feel an energy at Angkor Wat, an electromagnetic presence, a harmonic frequency. Sensitive instruments fluctuate when passed over certain thresholds in the stone. Coincidence or design? But mystery alone does not build a civilization, and Angkor was, above all, real, tangible, human. The markets, the laughter, the children racing along canal walls, the scent of lemongrass and jasmine, the ringing of bells, the prayers at dusk. It's easy to lose sight of the people among the gods, but they were there: rice farmers, potters, astronomers, dancers, teachers. They weren't legends. They were us. And that's what makes Angkor so powerful. It is not a fantasy, but a reminder, a city of ambition and fragility, a mirror held up to every civilization that thinks itself eternal. Angkor rose not by war, but by wisdom. It flourished not through gold, but through harmony, with land, with sky, with spirit. And when the balance broke, it returned to the earth, quietly, gracefully, as if the jungle had always been waiting, and perhaps it had. The deeper one wanders into the sacred heart of Angkor, the more the jungle tightens its grip, not just on stone, but on time. At Taprom, roots as thick as a man's torso twist through broken walls, splitting sandstone and coiling around ancient doorways like the fingers of a forgotten god. Towering silk, cotton trees erupt from rooftops, their trunks climbing skyward, while their roots plunge into shrines below. Birds echo through the forest like voices lost to centuries. No one designed this collision of nature and architecture. Yet it feels orchestrated, as if the city had always been destined to be both made and unmade. Tourists often stop here, transfixed, not by beauty, but by contradiction. The living and the dead, the sacred and the wild. It's no wonder this is where the jungle whispers the loudest. Not with words, but with questions. What did the builders of Angkor know that we have forgotten? How did they balance empire and ecology? How did they build with such precision and leave no record of collapse? And why, despite their mastery, did they not resist their return to the earth? Answers are few. The Khmer left no Rosetta Stone, no great archive, no imperial memoir. But their silence is not emptiness, it's deliberate. Many scholars believe the empire's wisdom wasn't written in ink, but encoded in architecture, in geometry, in ritual. Every courtyard, every tower, every reflection in the temple's moat was part of a vast meditative machine, training the mind, aligning the soul, binding the kingdom. The layout of Angkor Wat itself is said to represent the Hindu cosmos. Its 5 towers, the 5 peaks of Mount Meru, its concentric galleries the surrounding mountain ranges, its moat the cosmic ocean. A man walking its corridors was not just entering a temple. He was ascending into divinity. Every stone step was a spiritual equation. Every shadow cast at dawn was a passage of time recorded in silence. And what of the Bayon, the temple of faces? From the air, its towers form a mandala. From the ground, the eyes follow you, serene, mysterious, knowing. Some believe those eyes are watching time itself, that they were carved to bear witness to the rise and fall of nations. Not to mourn, but to remember. Even today, when the monsoon rains pound the temple roofs and fill the ancient reservoirs, Angkor seems to breathe, as if it were never truly gone, just resting, waiting for the right eyes to see it again, not as ruin, but as revelation. Because buried beneath the beauty is a warning. A society so synchronized with its environment, undone by its environment. A city whose brilliance depended on balance. When the climate changed, the empire could not adapt fast enough. When the canals flooded and the rice fields withered, the foundations of Angkor trembled. Not just its stone, but its soul. They say the gods withdrew their favor, but maybe it was simpler. Maybe the empire had grown too large, too proud, too certain it could control the uncontrollable. And so it faded, not with fire, but with humility. And in that, Angkor speaks across the centuries. To us, to now. Because we too build with vision. We raise cities to the clouds. We calculate the heavens. We master machines. But have we mastered ourselves? Do we listen to the rivers we redirect? Do we feel the weight of balance, or only the rush of ambition? Angkor does not preach. It does not scream. It stands, silent, alive in stone, waiting for those who would hear. In the stillness of its towers, in the reflection of its moats, in the moss-covered breath of its roots, it reminds us wisdom is not power. It is alignment. The city was never truly lost, just hidden, until we were ready. And now that we've found it again, the question is no longer, what happened? It is, what will we do with what it still has to teach? As the sun sets behind the lotus towers, casting the temple's silhouette across the still waters, there is a hush, not of silence, but of memory. Not of endings, but of echoes, because some cities are not built to last. They are built to return. Tomorrow we continue. From Asia's jungle temple to the heart of the Mediterranean, where myth and memory intertwine in another sacred geometry. A city built on vision and blinded by ambition. Where philosophers once walked, and a cave once showed shadows mistaken for truth, Athens awaits, before skyscrapers traced skylines, before constitutions bound nations, before democracy became an ideal. There was a city, not one carved by empires or ruled by emperors, but shaped by thought itself. A city of light and shadow, of freedom and control, of reason and myth, Athens. From the dusty hills of Attica, it rose slowly, stone by stone, thought by thought, not with thunder or conquest, but with questions, always questions. What is justice? What is beauty? What is truth? Where others built monuments, Athens built meaning, and it all began with a hill. The Acropolis, a limestone plateau bathed in golden light, standing above the city like a memory made visible. At its heart, The Parthenon. Columns aligned with the sun. Proportions measured by sacred geometry, built not for gods alone, but for the soul of a people. To walk beneath its pillars was to step into a poem, one written in marble, one that still echoes. But Athens did not begin there. Long before Pericles raised temples, before Socrates challenged minds, Athens was a village by the sea. Its people were sailors, farmers, stone cutters, simple, curious. Then came war, then came myth. They say Poseidon struck the earth, and salt water surged from the rock. Athena answered with the olive tree. The city chose wisdom over power, and so it bore her name, Athens, named for a goddess of balance, and perhaps destined to test the limits of balance itself. As centuries passed, Athens became more than a city. It became an experiment. Could free people govern themselves? Could truth survive power? Could ideas shape the world? And so the Agora was born. A marketplace of goods, yes, but also of thoughts. Here, beneath the open sky, citizens gathered to trade grain and olive oil, to argue policy, to recite poetry, to accuse, to defend, to vote. It was messy, loud, brilliant, and dangerous. Because with freedom comes conflict. Not all voices were equal. Not all questions welcome. Still, they tried. They built the world's first democracy. Not perfect, not inclusive, but revolutionary. Each citizen, a drop in a tide of decision. Each vote, a whisper in the shaping of destiny. And around them, ideas bloomed like spring wildflowers. Philosophy, geometry, theatre, medicine, astronomy. Where others feared the unknown, Athens questioned it. Pythagoras asked, "What is number?" Hippocrates asked, "What is health?" Euripides asked, "What is the cost of vengeance?" And Socrates, ever barefoot, ever stubborn, asked everything. He stood in the Agora, speaking not in sermons, but in puzzles. He claimed to know nothing, and in doing so, taught everything. But Athens was not kind to those who held up uncomfortable mirrors. They silenced him with poison, and in doing so, sowed their own warning. Because Athens, brilliant, beautiful Athens, was also fragile. Its democracy could be hijacked, its people swayed by demagogues, its freedoms revoked in fear. And so the city that birthed philosophy also birthed exile. The city that praised reason was seduced by power, and the city that reached for the gods was brought low by men. War with Sparta, internal strife, the plague, the empire shrank, the vision cracked, the marble chipped, and still Athens endured, not through walls or weapons, but through words, through the dialogues of Plato, the logic of Aristotle, the histories of Thucydides. They preserved the city not in stone, but in thought. Ideas, after all, do not crumble. And Athens was an idea, that people could govern not by fear, but by discourse. That beauty had form. That truth, though elusive, was worth the search. Today, the city still stands, older, louder, more chaotic. The traffic drowns the birdsong. The ruins jostle with neon signs. But at sunset, when the Acropolis glows amber and the streets quiet, something returns. A whisper, a shape behind the veil, as if the city is remembering itself. And in that moment, you can feel it, that you are standing in the blueprint of civilization, where law was born, where questions took root, where the gods once walked and were questioned. Athens is not just a place, it is a promise. That reason can triumph over rage, that words can outlast empires, and that freedom, though flawed, though fragile, is worth the chaos it brings. In our next segment, we remain in the Mediterranean, but descend beneath the waves, to follow whispers not from philosophers, but from sirens, to a place where maps end, and myths begin again, beneath the bustle of modern Athens, beneath layers of traffic, cafes, and everyday noise, lie echoes of a world that once dared to dream differently. A world where stone and spirit intertwined, where the ordinary was infused with the extraordinary, and where the search for meaning shaped the destiny of humanity. In the crowded Agora, merchants hawked their wares, but their voices were matched by philosophers who questioned the very nature of existence. Here, debate was the lifeblood, and every citizen had a chance to shape the polis. Yet this was no easy harmony. The city was a stage for fierce conflict, between old traditions and new ideas, between power and justice. Athens was a paradox. It birthed democracy but also slavery. It celebrated freedom yet limited who could claim it. Women slaves, and foreigners remained excluded from the rights of citizenship. The ideals were expansive, the reality narrow. Yet those sparks of progress ignited a flame that still lights the path of civilization. The Parthenon, that grand temple crowning the Acropolis, stands not just as a monument to Athena, but as a symbol of human aspiration. Its columns perfectly proportioned, its sculptures alive with grace and movement. It embodies the harmony the Greeks sought, not just in art, but in life and society. Every detail was designed to reflect balance and beauty, reflecting their belief that the cosmos itself was ordered and rational. But even as Athens reached its zenith, it faced relentless challenges. Rival states like Sparta watched warily. Persia threatened to engulf the region. Internal factions competed fiercely for control. The Peloponnesian War shattered the illusion of unity, pitting brother against brother, friend against friend. Amidst these storms walked Socrates, a man who dared to question all certainties. His method was relentless, asking question after question, stripping away assumptions until only the raw core remained. His death by hemlock was not merely a tragedy, but a testament to the fragility of free thought in the face of fear. Yet from his student Plato came a vision that transcended the city's conflicts, a vision of justice, virtue, and the ideal state. Aristotle, his student, built on this, mapping the natural world and human ethics with a rigor that would shape philosophy for millennia. As dusk melts into night, the city of Athens settles into a quieter rhythm, but beneath the surface, stories ripple. Echoes of a time when the world was young, and the seeds of our modern thinking were just being sown. The marble columns of the Parthenon still stand, weathered by centuries, but proud, watching silently over a city that once dared to challenge the heavens with human reason. But the Athens you see today is only a fragment of a far greater mosaic, a puzzle pieced together from ruins and scrolls, whispers of the past caught in the dust. Walking its ancient streets, it is easy to feel the weight of history pressing down, the footsteps of those who walked here before. The philosophers, the playwrights, the generals, the everyday citizens who debated in the Agora or prayed at the temples. These people were not gods. They were flawed, hopeful, fierce, curious, and their city reflected that. It was a place of light and shadow, where ideas sowed and conflicts brewed. Consider the democracy they built, radical for its time, but exclusionary. Women, slaves, and foreigners had no voice. Their liberty was partial, a spark flickering in a world still dominated by kings and tyrants. Yet, that spark ignited revolutions to come. Athens was also a city of wars. The Peloponnesian conflict with Sparta tore it apart, pitting neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend. The plague swept through its crowded streets, claiming thousands, including Pericles, its visionary leader. Through triumph and tragedy, Athens pressed on, because it believed in something greater than itself. The power of the polis, the city-state, as the cradle of civilization. Its architects, sculptors, and builders turned stone into philosophy, stone into poetry. The Parthenon was not merely a temple. It was a manifesto carved in marble. Every proportion calculated with precision, a harmony echoing Pythagorean ideals of beauty and mathematics. Inside, the statue of Athena stood towering, gilded and grand, embodying the city's spirit, wisdom, war, and protection. Around it, friezes depicted gods and mortals intertwined in eternal dance, scenes of victory and sacrifice, of hubris and humility. The Acropolis was more than a place of worship. It was the physical embodiment of a society, wrestling with the divine and the human. Socrates, often wandering these same streets, challenged citizens to question everything, to seek knowledge not in gods, but within themselves. His dialectic method wasn't just argument, it was a quest for truth in the chaos of opinion. Though condemned to drink hemlock, his legacy burned bright, lighting the path for Plato and Aristotle, whose works would shape centuries of thought. But Athens was not just ideas. It was drama, passion, and sometimes cruelty. The theatres where Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides staged their tragedies revealed the city's soul. The fears and hopes, the flaws and greatness of humankind, their plays asked what it meant to be just, to suffer, to love, to defy fate. These stories remain with us because they speak to something eternal. Yet Athens also had its darkness. The trial of Socrates was as much political as philosophical, a reminder that freedom has limits, and power often fears truth. And when Alexander the Great, a son of this land, marched east to carve his empire, he carried with him the ideals and contradictions of his city, ambition shadowed by hubris, enlightenment dimmed by conquest. Athens, with all its glory, was not immune to the tides of history. Empires rose around it. Rome overshadowed it. Christianity transformed it. Still, the ruins endured, and so did the questions. How do we balance freedom and order? How do we pursue truth amidst uncertainty? How do we build a society that honors all its people? The city does not answer directly. Instead, it invites us to walk its stones, to listen to its wind, to feel the pulse beneath the marble. Because Athens is not a relic frozen in time. It is a living dialogue, a blueprint, a challenge to every generation. The past is never past. It shapes the present, molds the future, and in that, Athens remains alive, not just in history books, but in our minds, our debates, our dreams. As night deepens, the city whispers again, a call to the curious, the restless, the seekers. And as we leave the ancient Agora behind, our journey does not end. It turns toward the sea, where beneath the waves legends sleep, waiting to be awakened. For the great city of Athens faded into the whispers of time. There was a pulse that beat beneath the marble and mortar, a heartbeat of ideas, questions, and restless souls who dared to look beyond the horizon. The Acropolis stood as both guardian and symbol, a place where gods and mortals met, debated, and sometimes clashed. Within its sacred precincts, philosophers wandered, questioning the nature of existence, the fabric of the universe, and the responsibilities of man to his fellow beings. The Agora, open and bustling, was more than a marketplace of goods, it was a marketplace of minds. Here, citizens gathered not only to trade olive oil and pottery, but to exchange thoughts, to argue justice, to plot the future of their fledgling democracy. It was a dance of voices, sometimes harmonious, often discordant, but always alive. Socrates, with his unyielding gaze and probing questions, challenged the very foundations of Athenian society. His dialectic method was not merely a way of argument, but a journey toward truth, a relentless peeling away of illusion. Though condemned to drink the hemlock, his legacy was immortalized by his disciples, most notably Plato, who captured the dialogues and ideas that would echo through the ages. Yet Athens was not only a city of thinkers, but also of artists and storytellers. The theatres that crowned its hills gave life to tragedies and comedies that explored the human condition. Love and loss, power and betrayal, fate and free will. The voices of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides rose and fell within these open, air amphitheatres, weaving tales that remain as poignant and relevant today as they were centuries ago. But beneath the grandeur lay a city vulnerable to its own ambitions and contradictions. Democracy, radical and inspiring as it was, excluded many. Women, slaves, foreigners, reminding all that freedom was a journey, not a destination. The Peloponnesian War tested the city's resilience, pitting brother against brother, and the devastating plague left scars deeper than the physical wounds. Athens, in all its brilliance and flaws, became a mirror reflecting the complexities of human civilization, a place where light and shadow intertwined, where greatness and tragedy danced a fragile waltz. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ruins, one cannot help but feel the whisper of those ancient voices urging us to question, to seek, to understand. Our journey now turns from the city of stone and speech to the depths of the Mediterranean, to a place where myth and reality blur, the island of Delos, sacred cradle of gods and mystery. But before we sail there, take a moment to breathe, to let the echoes of Athens settle in your mind, for the next chapter awaits. A tale woven from waves, worship and whispers of the divine. Beneath the eternal skies of the Aegean Sea, where turquoise waters kiss jagged cliffs, lies a small island that has long captured the imagination of those who seek the divine and the mysterious. Delos, a place of paradox, of ancient splendor shadowed by silence. To stand on its sun-warmed stones is to tread where gods once walked and where the veil between myth and history thins. Delos is not merely an island, it is a sacred heart beating at the center of the Cyclades. Its rocky shores cradle ruins that whisper stories of worship, trade, power, and sacrifice. It is said to be the birthplace of Apollo and Artemis, twin deities whose light and hunt shaped the rhythms of ancient life. Here, the earliest temples rose from the earth, and pilgrims came from far-flung lands to honor the gods, to seek guidance, and to bear offerings. The story of Delos is one of reverence and resilience. According to legend, the island was born from the churning sea, emerging as a sanctuary where the divine could dwell amongst mortals. Unlike other places, it was never meant to be a city of ordinary life. Its stones are etched with the hands of priests and worshippers, of traders and conquerors, all leaving their mark in devotion and ambition. But Delos also harbors darker shadows. Tales speak of ritual mysteries and secret rites, of wealth amassed through commerce and sanctity alike. Its sanctuaries housed treasures beyond imagining, and its port buzzed with the exchange of goods and ideas. Yet beneath this prosperity simmered tensions, between sacred and profane, power and piety. To walk through Delos today is to wander through an open-air museum of human faith and complexity. The remains of grand temples stand amidst shattered columns and mosaic floors, their stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and footsteps. Every corner reveals artifacts of worship, votive offerings, inscriptions carved in fading scripts, statues that once gazed serenely upon the faithful. Among the ruins, the Temple of Apollo commands attention. Its Doric columns, though broken, still hold the memory of sunlight filtered through stone. Nearby, the terrace of the Lion stretches along the sacred way, the proud stone beasts eternally guarding the path to the divine. Their fierce expressions, carved in marble, remind us of the island's role as protector and sanctuary. Delos was more than a religious center. It was a hub of commerce, a crossroads where merchants from across the Mediterranean met to trade goods, stories, and culture. Its strategic location made it a coveted jewel, coveted by empires and city-states. It thrived as a neutral ground, a place where politics bowed to piety. Yet this neutrality was fragile. Wars and invasions rippled through the region, leaving scars on the island's stones and souls. At times, Delos was stripped of its treasures, plundered by those who saw only wealth, not worship. Despite the turmoil, the island remained sacred, a place where the gods were honored and the mysteries preserved. Pilgrims flocked to its temples, seeking healing, prophecy, and favor. The island's air was thick with the scent of incense, the murmur of prayers, and the distant echo of lyres. But what secrets did Delos hold behind its sunlit facade? What rites unfolded beneath the veil of temple walls? What mysteries did the priests guard with their lives? Some scholars suggest that Delos was a center of esoteric knowledge, where initiates passed through stages of spiritual awakening. Rituals here were not merely ceremonies, but journeys into the unknown, attempts to bridge mortal and divine realms. Others point to inscriptions and artifacts, hinting at complex cults and practices, their meanings lost to time, but their echoes lingering like a half-remembered dream. The island's isolation, its sacred status, and the wealth flowing through its harbors created a unique tension. A place where worldly power and spiritual transcendence collided. And then there is the silence. Delos was declared a sacred sanctuary in which no one was born or died. All births and deaths were to take place off the island. This unusual decree set Delos apart, imbuing it with an eerie timelessness. It was a city frozen in ritual and reverence, untouched by the ordinary cycles of life and death. The island became a living paradox, teeming with life during festivals and worship, yet devoid of the most basic human milestones. This silence, this suspension of life's natural rhythms, adds to the island's mystique. Walking its empty streets today, one can almost hear the ghosts of ancient celebrations, the clatter of sandals on stone, the whispered chants carried by the sea breeze. Delos remains a testament to the enduring human desire to connect with something greater than ourselves. A place where myth was lived, where gods were tangible, and where the sacred and the profane met in delicate balance. As dawn breaks over the Aegean, casting golden light over the island's ruins, Delos invites us to ponder the mysteries it holds, to listen closely, to watch patiently, and to remember that beneath the stones lie stories waiting to be uncovered. Our journey through history continues, ever deeper into the heart of civilization's most enigmatic places. Next, we will sail from Delos to another place where myth and memory entwine. A city submerged not beneath the desert or the jungle, but beneath the sea. The sunken city of Heracleion. But before we dive beneath the waves, pause, breathe, and let the ancient light of Delos linger in your mind. For the ocean holds its own secrets. And the next chapter beckons. Beneath the restless waves of the Mediterranean lies a city swallowed by time and water. Heracleion, once known as Thonis to its ancient inhabitants. For centuries, it was a bustling port, a gateway between worlds, a hub of commerce and culture where Egyptians, Greeks, and Phoenicians converged. Yet today, Heracleion rests hidden beneath the sea, a ghost city lost to myth until recent rediscovery. Imagine a city alive with markets, spilling over with exotic goods, perfumes from the Nile, ceramics painted with stories, statues glinting in temple sunlight. the air thick with the scents of salt and incense, the sounds of haggling merchants, and the laughter of children running along sun-baked streets. Heracleion was a city of contrasts, spiritual and commercial, local and foreign, ancient and evolving. At its heart stood grand temples dedicated to the gods, especially Amun, the king of gods in Egyptian lore. These sacred precincts were centers of power and worship, places where priests interpreted divine will, and where festivals transformed the city into a stage for cosmic drama. But Heracleion was more than religious splendor. It was a city built on water, with canals threading through its streets like veins. Boats moved like living creatures, carrying treasures and travelers between the city and the sea beyond. This watery maze was both its lifeline and its curse, for as Heracleion thrived, the very waters that sustained it began to encroach. Subsidence, the gradual sinking of the land, combined with rising sea levels and shifting sediments to slowly pull the city beneath the waves. But what was the final blow? The earth itself seems to have convulsed. Archaeologists uncovered evidence of a catastrophic earthquake and tsunami around the 8th century BCE that shattered temples, toppled statues, and swallowed streets whole. Today, divers explore the ruins. Temples half buried in sand, colossal statues reclining in silence, inscriptions carved in stone telling tales long forgotten. The city's rediscovery in the late 20th century sparked wonder and debate. How could such a significant metropolis vanish so completely? What stories do its submerged streets still hold? Heracleion's ruins offer a glimpse into a time when cultures collided, when trade and faith wove complex tapestries across the Mediterranean. Yet beneath its beauty lurks a lesson of impermanence, of nature's power, and of memory submerged. As the sun dips low over the sea, casting glittering paths of light across the water's surface, Heracleion waits patiently. Not lost, but hidden. Not forgotten, but sleeping. And for those who listen closely, it still whispers the stories of gods and mortals entwined. Our voyage through history will soon lead us to other enigmatic places, cities that rose and fell, mysteries that beckon us to explore their depths. But for now, let the waves of Heracleion wash over you, carrying with them the echoes of an ancient world. Beneath the endless expanse of the Mediterranean, where waves shimmer under the sun's gentle gaze, lies a secret long hidden from mortal eyes, a city swallowed not by desert sands or tangled jungles, but by the very waters that cradle civilizations. Heracleion, once Thonis, was a beacon of commerce and divinity, a gateway where gods were worshipped and empires converged. Its streets, once alive with traders and pilgrims, now lie silent beneath the waves, a submerged memory etched in stone and coral. Imagine walking its bustling marketplaces, where merchants from Egypt, Greece, and Phoenicia bartered exotic spices, fragrant oils, and fine textiles. The air was thick with the scent of myrrh and salt, mingling with the hum of countless tongues. Temples dedicated to mighty gods rose proudly, their grand columns and sculpted facades proclaiming the city's sacred status. The temple of Amun, the great god of creation, was a focal point, drawing worshippers from near and far who sought his favor and guidance. Heracleion was not just a city of commerce and faith, but a vital maritime hub. Canals and waterways wove through the city like veins, carrying boats laden with goods, connecting the bustling harbor to the heart of the metropolis. Life here was inextricably linked to the sea's rhythms, the tides dictating trade and travel, the storms threatening survival. Its strategic location made Heracleion a crossroads of cultures, where ideas and goods flowed freely, but where the currents of nature and fate were equally relentless. But nature's favor is fickle. The very waters that sustained Heracleion slowly betrayed it. Geological forces combined with climatic shifts to destabilize the land beneath. Sediments shifted, tectonic plates groaned, and the city began a slow descent beneath the waves. The cataclysmic event that sealed Heracleion's fate came in the form of earthquakes and tsunamis that shattered its foundations and sent temples crashing into the depths. What was once a thriving metropolis became a haunting underwater tableau. Columns broken, statues toppled, streets flooded. For centuries, Heracleion was lost to legend, its existence questioned, its memory faded into myth. It wasn't until modern archaeologists, equipped with new technology and relentless curiosity, rediscovered the city beneath the sea that its story resurfaced, shimmering through time like a half-remembered dream. Divers now explore its ruins, uncovering treasures that speak of a sophisticated civilization, of vibrant trade networks, and of a society deeply entwined with the divine. Heracleion's story is a stark reminder of impermanence, a lesson that even the mightiest cities can succumb to the earth's relentless forces. Yet beneath the silence of its submerged streets lies a legacy of resilience, faith, and cultural fusion that continues to captivate and inspire. As the sun sets over the Mediterranean, casting a golden glow across the water, the lost city beckons us to listen, to hear the echoes of ancient prayers, the murmur of bustling markets, the quiet song of the sea reclaiming its own. Our journey through the mysteries of time does not end here. Beyond the waves and ruins lie further enigmas waiting to be revealed. Stories etched in stone and whispered by the wind. And so, with hearts full of wonder and minds eager for discovery, we prepare to move onward, tracing the footprints of history across the ancient world, ever deeper into the labyrinth of human experience. The ancient world is a tapestry woven with threads of mystery, wonder, and timeless stories. As we leave behind the sunken city of Heracleion, our path winds toward another marvel, a place where stone and spirit intertwine beneath towering spires and endless sky. We journey to Angkor, the heart of an empire lost to jungle and time. Imagine a land where the forest breathes life into forgotten temples, where vines drape over stone carvings of gods and kings, and the air hums with secrets. Angkor was once the thriving capital of the Khmer Empire, a city so vast and complex that it rivaled the great civilizations of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Its intricate canals and reservoirs transformed the landscape, turning a tropical wilderness into a masterpiece of hydraulic engineering. The crown jewel, Angkor Wat, rises majestically, its soaring towers and delicate bas reliefs telling tales of creation, war, and divine kingship. Each stone was placed with precision and purpose, every carving a hymn to power and faith. But Angkor is more than stone and water. It is a story of ambition and devotion, of rulers who sought to bridge the human and the divine, to etch their names into eternity. The city pulsed with life. Markets thrived, temples bustled with worshippers, and the arts flourished. Yet, like many great empires, Angkor faced its trials. Climate shifts, warfare, and shifting trade routes gradually drew life away from its grand avenues. The jungle reclaimed what was once a bustling metropolis, swallowing temples in a green embrace that hid them for centuries. Today, as dawn filters through the leaves, Angkor stands as both ruin and resurrection, a reminder of the impermanence of power and the enduring spirit of culture. To walk its grounds is to step between worlds, to hear the echoes of chants long faded, to feel the pulse of an empire that once was. And so, as the soft breeze stirs the leaves and the sun casts gentle light on ancient stones, we pause and listen. for in anchor's silence history speaks. Our journey will soon lead us back westward, to another city whose light-shaped civilization's dawn, Athens, the cradle of democracy and philosophy. But for now, let Anchor's mystery settle softly in your thoughts, a lullaby of stone and spirit. Before the city lights dimmed and the marble dust settled on the hills of Attica, Athens was a beacon, not just of stone and art, but of an idea. The idea that human beings, in their imperfect and passionate selves, could govern, could reason, and could seek truth beyond the veil of tradition and myth. Athens was not born in a day or built by kings alone. It grew from the soil of debate, from the voices of citizens gathering in the Agora, from the daring questions posed by philosophers who wandered its sun-dappled streets. The Acropolis, crowned by the Parthenon, was more than a temple. It was a testament to balance between man and God, reason and faith, freedom and order. The columns, etched with sacred geometry, stood as silent witnesses to a city's striving toward harmony. The democracy born here was unlike any before, a system that invited every eligible citizen to speak, to vote, to shape the laws that governed their lives. Though far from perfect, with exclusions and flaws, it was a radical leap toward shared power. Walking the Agora, one might hear the passionate voices of orators, the clatter of merchants selling goods, the laughter of children, the heated arguments of neighbors wrestling with justice. It was a messy, vibrant place where ideas clashed and converged. Philosophers like Socrates challenged the complacency of their time, asking not for answers but for questions, inviting the city to reflect on what justice truly meant, what virtue required. Though he met a tragic end, his spirit ignited a chain of thought carried forward by Plato, who envisioned ideal forms, and the philosopher, King and Aristotle, whose observations laid the foundations of science and ethics. The city's artists and playwrights gave voice to its soul. The tragedies of Aeschylus and Sophocles held mirrors to human frailty and ambition, exploring fate, morality, and the consequences of pride. Their dramas, staged under the open sky, were communal rituals, a way for Athens to confront its own shadow. Yet, for all its brilliance, Athens was not immune to conflict. The Peloponnesian War with Sparta tore the city apart, testing its resilience and ideals. The plague swept through, claiming the lives of thousands, including Pericles, the leader who had envisioned Athens as a shining example of democracy and culture. Through triumph and trial, Athens endured, not because of walls or armies, but because of its ideas. It is these ideas that still resonate, that challenge us to ask, what does it mean to be free? How do we govern ourselves? What is truth? The legacy of Athens is not in stone alone, but in the enduring human spirit. Our capacity to question, to debate, to dream of a better world. As the sun sets over the city, bathing the Acropolis in amber light, the voices of Athens whisper still. They call us to listen, to learn, to carry forward the fragile torch of reason and democracy. And as we leave behind the marble pillars and open forums, our journey through the tapestry of history continues, leading us onward to the next great mystery waiting to unfold. As the marble pillars of Athens slowly yield to the passage of time, the city's story unfolds not just in grand temples or epic battles, but in the quiet evolution of ideas. The philosophers who once wandered its streets, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, left footprints that continue to guide us. Their questions remain timeless. What is justice? What is virtue? How should we live? Athens taught the world that governance could be shared, imperfect though it was, and that debate, dissent, and dialogue were the lifeblood of a society. Yet, It also showed us the fragility of such ideals, challenged by war, plague, and internal strife. Moving beyond Athens, the ancient world is dotted with cities whose stories flicker like distant stars. Troy, immortalized by Homer's epics, reminds us of love, loss, and the tragedy of war. Babylon, with its towering ziggurats and hanging gardens, whether myth or memory, speaks of human ingenuity and the quest to touch the heavens. These lost civilizations, though fragmented in ruins and stories, share a common thread: the dance between greatness and impermanence. Each rose with ambition, flourished in its time, then faded, sometimes suddenly, sometimes slowly, into the embrace of myth and memory. As centuries turned, the mighty empires of antiquity gave way to new worlds. The fall of Rome marked not just the end of an era, but the beginning of another. The rise of Christianity reshaped societies, blending old beliefs with new faith. Knowledge was preserved in monasteries, scribes copying texts by candlelight, a fragile flame guarding the wisdom of ages past. Through this transition, the mysteries remained. Echoes of vanished temples, buried cities, and forgotten gods. They remind us that history is not a line, but a tapestry, woven with light and shadow, loss and rediscovery. In the quiet moments, as we reflect on these tales, we see more than ruins. We see the human spirit, its hopes, its fears, its endless quest to understand the world and our place within it. And so, as our journey through the corridors of time nears its close, we carry with us the stories of civilizations that dared to dream, to build, to reach beyond the known. Their stones may crumble, their voices may fade, but their mysteries endure, inviting us always to look closer, to listen deeper, and to remember that history is not just what happened, but what still whispers in the silence. As the sun sets gently over the vast tapestry of human history, we have traveled together. The stories of forgotten cities, fierce battles, and divine dreams linger softly in the twilight. We've walked the shadowed halls of medieval assassins, stood beside the powerful Olympias, wandered the labyrinthine corridors of ancient palaces, and felt the pulse of empires risen and fallen. Each stone we've touched, each whisper we've heard, reminds us that history is more than dates and monuments. It is the breath of countless lives, the echoes of ambitions, fears, and hopes that shape the world we inherit. But our journey is far from over. Beyond these tales lie mysteries still veiled by time's gentle hands. Places where the line between myth and memory blurs, where civilizations rise like tides and vanish without a trace. In the next part of this voyage, we will explore these lingering enigmas. The twilight of empires, the dawn of new ages, and the enduring questions that beckon us to look deeper, listen closer, and dream wider. So, rest now with these stories woven softly into your thoughts. When you're ready, the adventure will continue, inviting you once again to step through the corridors of history, mystery, and wonder. Part 2 awaits. Until then, may the quiet whispers of the past guide your dreams. Before you drift off, if you've enjoyed this journey through history's mysteries, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps support the creation of more stories like these, bringing the past softly to life. Feel free to share where you're watching from in the comments. I love seeing the amazing places our community calls home. Rest well, and I'll see you soon for part 2.